now, because all of what we're going to do today is about that. And so I'm going to ask you, for example, to actually try and write a test item that reflects the standards that you're supposed to be teaching in your classroom. Part of the problem we have, right, is that we very often do not write tests. Teachers don't write tests that tell them anything about the students. The whole point of testing is to be able to tell us something about these students. More often than not, we don't know anything. In fact, the problem we have, the dilemma that exists, is that the average teacher can tell you how well the students will do in a national exam, but they can't tell you what weaknesses the students have on a daily basis. So they can't tell you whether they have problems with place value, because the tests that we use in our classrooms are not constructed to diagnose strengths and weaknesses. They're constructed to give us summative information, which not very useful when you're teaching, because the whole idea of testing is to give us the feedback on what we've done, and we use that feedback to then reshape instruction. So this classroom test is literally about being able to diagnose, to get information that tell us about the students. So, you share the screen for me? You share it?
Yes, so they're seeing the PowerPoint.
They're seeing the PowerPoint? All right. So, we're going to start out with looking at the types of tests we have, but it's not going to be me talking all day now. Right? And just to give me an idea of who I'm talking to, if you can just quickly give me some names so that when I'm ready to draw out people, you can just pick a name from my memory and just call on somebody. Hello?
Tariq from Bermuda.
I have Bermuda. Okay. Tariq, yes.
Denise from Montreal.
Hello, I know Denise.
I know you too. How are you?
Great, thank you. Couldn't forget you. Yes? Who else I have there now?
Melissa King.
Melissa King. Gentleman at the top. Blue shirt. Putting his hand over his face. Tony.
Tony Allen Montserrat.
I'm sure I know you too. Fantastic. Anybody else?
Yes.
Of course I know Tony. Anybody in Montserrat, I know them. Anybody else?
Simone Thomas.
Simone Thomas. Where is Simone?
We met in Montserrat. When you were leaving, I was on the plane with you with my daughter.
Of course.
I was.
Oh my God.
I was. At the time.
Jason from Montserrat.
Okay.
Jason from
Montserrat. Not hearing you because it's breaking up here.
Jason from Montserrat.
All right.
Natasha from Dominica.
Thank you. One more person.
Candace from St. Lucia.
Great to meet you guys. That's everybody.
Jamila from Montserrat.
Montserrat again.
Yes.
From St. Lucia.
All right. All right, great.
From St. Lucia.
Vidal Philip from St. Lucia.
Great. Okay. Michelle Wilson. Hi, Michelle.
From Jamaica.
That's all right.
From Jamaica.
Okay.
Monique McLaughlin from Jamaica.
Good to meet you. All right. Is there anyone else out there? Okay. All right. So we want to talk about the different types of tests because I want to go quickly into trying to actually take on the activities that are required to construct a good test, right? And what has happened over the years is that we were initially focused on making our tests reliable and valid. And the challenge with the classroom is that with a classroom test, we very often don't have time to literally evaluate whether our test items are working very well, to evaluate whether the test is working, whether the test is telling us anything. But the fact is that the whole point of a test is to be able to differentiate between the students. We only need testing because we have to be able to identify which students know and which students don't know. It's as simple as that, you know. Otherwise, if all of us were the same, we had the same right? And there are lots of political and philosophical arguments I could put to you about why we need that. But I'm not going to do that today, right? What we're going to focus on is how is it that we construct a test paper for a classroom setting that tells us which students know what and how much of it they know. The problem we have is that very often the tests that we use in our classrooms don't tell us anything about the students. The whole idea of testing is to be able to pull out the latent trait, what we call ability, from students. How do we identify what is a student level of ability? What does Sophia know and what can Sophia do at this particular point in time? So for example, if you're teaching students at grade 4 and you're teaching them adding 2-digit numbers with regrouping, it means that you need to know if the student can add 2-digit numbers, if the student knows what a place value is, and if the student understands that regrouping is a method of counting, is a way of helping you to count, and that when you borrow 1 from the 1's column, from the 10th column, what you're actually borrowing is 10. So all of that, just simple objective. You need to be able to identify what the student know, what part of it they know and what part they don't know. Because that's the thing that helps you to teach. More often than not, what we've been doing is that we take a curriculum and we beat it to death because the system says that we have to finish the curriculum by X time. But we finish the curriculum and the students still don't know anything. That is the fundamental problem we have, you know. We see, when you look at CSEC maths results, English A, English B, that's the problem we have. Because we finish the syllabus. The fact is, a lot of the students don't know. They have not acquired the skills required in the syllabus. And so we finish the syllabus, and it feels great, and the students go, and we might get grade passes. But when you really assess the students' store of knowledge, what they know and can do post the exam, as we'd say in Jamaica, not now go after them. The idea is to be able to write the test and on a weekly basis identify whether your students are improving, how well they are improving, what progress are they making, and what progress are they making in relation to the standards of the curriculum. So in establishing a classroom test, the standards in the curriculum are very, very important. And that's a place we have to start today. You have to understand how to read your curriculum, both for assessment and instruction. Because I think what is happening, we've sort of thrown assessment through the window. and not realizing that the assessment and the instruction are like married couples. Two things go together. You can't instruct without assessment, because it's assessment that tells you where the students are and where you need to start teaching. You go into a classroom for the first time. So when I was coming here, Dr. Rainford told me, this is what we have done with this group. This is what they're supposed to know. So I have a pretty good idea of where to start. You see what I mean? If in the process of teaching, students start to ask me questions that tell me that they don't understand something that I expect them to know based on their prior learning, then I have to do what? I have to reverse. Because that's how the process works. While I'm teaching, I'm assessing. You know, so the idea is, I said, three things. As of 2014, we are actually, when we establish a test, whether it's a classroom test or a national standardized test, your test must have 3 solid features. Any test you write. The 3 features, 2 initial ones were that the test must be reliable and it must be valid. Those 2 things gave us what we call a kind of accuracy and precision in terms of measuring ability. That's what we're doing, folks. We're measuring ability. We're not doing nothing else. Don't get it twisted. We're not trying to figure out who the student is, what the family background is. We are just trying to measure ability, period. Nothing else going on here today. The third feature of testing, though, is slightly different from the first 2, although based on them. And the third feature as of 2014, because as a measurement person, I ascribe to the standards, and the standards require that my third feature is fairness. This was never a major pillar for a test before. But fairness means an actual reliable test. You test the same set of students, plus or minus 5% difference, the results are going to be the same if the test is reliable. It's consistent. Test is valid if it reflects the curriculum standards and it reflects what you teach. Classroom teachers have difficulty with making valid tests because you have to do something that we're going to do today, is create an alignment between the curriculum standards and your instruction and the items that are written on the test. That's one of the main things we're going to focus on today. If your test is valid, it is going to be reliable because it is measuring what you set out to measure. But you can have a reliable test, but it's not valid. You can consistently give you wrong scores for the students, but it's not measuring what it's supposed to measure. The fairness now is a completely different ballgame. Fairness actually requires that we ensure that all students in our classroom, every one of them, the ones at the top and the ones at the bottom and the ones at the middle, can access the test. Very important. And it's the idea of universal design, that we establish our tests in such a way that it doesn't matter what shortcomings the students have. Because the fact is, we know, especially at high school, and it's something we've been struggling with in Jamaica, in the same classroom of 45 children, you can have 3 or 4 different reading levels. How are you going to do that? You can have children in a grade 9 classroom with a grade 6 reading level, with a grade 7 reading level, with a grade 8 reading level, and with a grade 9 reading level. The challenge is to create the test in such a way that the child who's reading at grade 6 can access the test. The child who is slightly of a vision problem can access the test. So how you do that? Exactly. How do you do that? How do you remove the biases? The language in the test as well, you know, is simple. It's not esoteric. It is not overly technical. Those things are all about fairness. Every child in that classroom must be able to access the items on the test paper. And that is one of the key challenges now. And that is why our classroom teacher-made tests very often don't hit the mark. Because to get the three things in unison, to get it reliable, to get it valid, and to get it fair is a serious hat trick. I'm sure football people know what I'm talking about. Right? It's a major thing. So I'm going to try today to see how we can work through at least solving some of the challenges. Fair enough? Hello?
Tough game.
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so you ready to work? All right, let us start here with some, not really. Not really. Let me get my water, I'm coming. I have a little fridge here. I don't know, you have a glass, sensitivity. All right, so we have different, if you look at the PowerPoint, before I move on, any questions? No questions? All right. Everybody clear about what we're going to try to do today? Anybody who's not clear? Tony, you're fine?
Yeah, we are clear. Yeah, I'm clear.
All right, great. All right, so I've already given you the idea that we really have two broad types of tests. The teacher-made test and the standardized test. I'm going to deal with the standardized test first because that's not the one I'm dealing with today. The development process for the standardized test is slightly different. Keep turning it back to you. It's slightly different. Yes, yes. Slightly different from the classroom teacher-made test because a national test like CSEC, which is regional, or in Jamaica, we have GSAT, we have grade 4 literacy, we have, what they have in Trinidad, they have the secondary entrance assessment, they have any national test which students do together is going to be different. The development process is going to be different from your classroom test. In a standardized test, the three things that I spoke about, the evidence for those three things must be clearly established. Otherwise, the test can't be used. When you have a standardized test like GSAT, if those three things are not established, the evidence now of reliability, the evidence of validity, and the evidence of fairness, if it's not established, the test is worthless, can't tell you nothing. Because invariably, folks, what we do with test information is to make inferences about students. Those inferences are for things like placement, for things about, for diagnostic information. So we actually use the information to make decisions about students. Now, if we make the wrong decisions about students, in a high stakes situation, you see the standardized tests like CSEC and GSAT are what we call high stakes tests. Why do you think we call them high stakes? Why would they be high stakes?
Usually, that's the test where people kind of determine the outcome of your life. So if you don't get any CXCs, they already, toss you to the side. If you get your 9 grade 1s, all of a sudden, the whole world opens up to you.
Exactly. It's a life chance situation. So that is why I don't play with exams, you see. I don't play with testing. And consequently, I don't play with teaching. Because if you don't do it right, the results are going to be very bad at the end. These standardized tests actually determine what happens to children. It has something we call consequential validity. And so the inferences that we make, we can't be willy-nilly about them. So when we have a standardized test under uniform conditions and constructed like by people like me, people who write tests, it must go through a rigorous process. So usually development requires that we establish the philosophy and the purpose of the test, and that's a national stakeholder consultation, big money business. That we establish the specification of the test itself and the items, that the methodology is clear to the world, because the evidence of validity must be shown. The evidence that when we say what we're measuring is students' ability to add 2-digit numbers with regrouping, that is what we are measuring, and the inferences we make are in relation to whether or not students have the skills to add, to understand place value, and to regroup. Nothing else. It's as clear cut as that. Because once you're talking about measurement, you're talking about precision and accuracy. That's it. And the idea is to have a knife that cuts it as sharply as that. So the standardized test, big business, but it is a very, very rigorous process, and usually the test has to be piloted. So CXC every year embed items on their papers that are being piloted, meaning students won't get a score for them. The information that will be generated from the response is how well the item taps into the standards from the syllabus. How valid is the item? How reliable is it? How fair is it? And they use that information to then modify. So the process, in fact, from start to end, a standardized test can take you 3 years. It's supposed to take you 3 years. Anything below that and you have a poor quality exam. Believe it or not. 3 years. That's why it's big money business. If you look at the companies now that are doing assessment, Pearson internationally, Harcourt and Brace, and a whole list of companies from the Netherlands to Australia, and even right here in Jamaica, DPK, who are doing assessments, is a major industry that is fueled by technology. Technology is very important because we're now using the kind of software that can tell us what the student's ability is, believe it or not. That's how powerful the thing is. We're using software that when we get students' responses, it tells us whether the student is low ability, mid-level ability, or high-level ability, right? That's a standardized test. That's not the one we're focusing on, so I'm going to move on. What I'm focusing on today is the top bullet, teacher-made test. Because that's what this program is about, how we get this sorted. And this teacher-made test, you can't, I mean, it defines itself. It's a test where a teacher writes the items. Problem is doing, especially in secondary schools, teachers stop writing items. One, we're not teaching people how to write items in teachers' colleges anymore. Two, teachers have past papers. So one of the things I've observed that even at grade 7 and 8 and 9, I've seen CSEC type items on those what's supposed to be teacher-made tests. Follow me? So in truth and in fact, what are we teaching at grade 7? What is the instruction supposed to be? Where is the curriculum that we're supposed to be following? Right? Oh, I just click, right?
Yeah, man, you just press it.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Importantly, the first bullet point here of the teacher-made test, what are these things? The question is, what do based on what I have taught? This is where you have to start the question. Based on what I've taught, what can students do and what do they know? That's the question you want to answer. You know? What can they do and what do they know? The test is supposed to answer that for you. So if over the last, so let's say you have your curriculum, term 1, unit 1 is on photosynthesis. We have some scientists in here, right? The question is, based on what I've instructed on this grade 7 classroom on photosynthesis, what do these students know about photosynthesis? Can they only recall the information I've given them? Can they apply photosynthesis? The question is, what do they know and what can they do with the information? And your test is supposed to tell you that. If it doesn't tell you that, then it's pointless, right? So if you notice here on my PowerPoint, I did that one first bullet already. What do they know and can do at a particular point in time? But it must be based on the instructional objectives, right? It must be based. So when you start a lesson or a unit or whatever, you outline for the students what the instructional objectives are. At the end of this lesson, you will be able to multiply 3-digit numbers, divide 3-digit numbers by 2-digit numbers. Give me a photosynthesis instructional objective.
Write equation.
Photosynthesis? Write equation?
Photosynthesis.
Write equation for photosynthesis. That's it? And you can assess that to figure out whether or not the students know and whether or not they can do it. So your instructional objectives is the basis for establishing your test. And basically, what are we using it to do? It's really a diagnostic tool, you know. Let me give you an example. I have a problem with my sinuses. Like I'm going to be in this room with the AC all day. I'm going to be sick at 5 o'clock. I can guarantee that. Right? So my doctor very often prescribes stuff for me. But I have 2 doctors. The first doctor, her name is Dr. S. And when I go to her, I said, Dr. S, I think my sinuses are acting up. She said, oh, all right. I'm going to give you 14 days augmentin. That's the antibiotic. And I'm going to give you 3 days off. And I'm going to give you some Histol. Here, go on, buy this. And I take the 3 days off, and I take the augmentin for 14 days and the whatever. All right, I feel good, all right. But I have Dr. C now, who's older. And I said, Dr. C, this thing is not doing me so good. And she says, okay, let us see what's happening. And she sends me on a piece of paper, she writes and she said, go to the lab, do this x-ray, let them draw some blood and whatever. And then when she gets back the results, she said, oh, no, this is not good. Augmentin will not work. So she gives me augmentin, one other something, one other antibiotic, and another one. And then she said, oh, you still won't work here either. You need Allegra 120, and you need some Claritin, and you need 14 days off. Which one do you think me like? But who knows what's happening with me?
Dr. C.
Dr. C, the last one. Because what has she done? Diagnostic work. The whole point of this is to be able to diagnose student strengths and weaknesses. That's the whole point, you know, of the classroom teacher-made test. When I teach a topic, when I teach a set of skills, and that's one of the things we're going to look at today. We're not just teaching topics, we're teaching skills, right? When I do that, what I'm actually doing is trying to figure out, yes, who remember, but that is at the very bottom, but who can use the information to do something else with it? Know what I mean? So we're actually trying to diagnose what students, where they're strong and where they're weak, so that we can go back and reteach, provide the instruction that they need to enable their strengths. And this is the connection now between the formative and the summative, which we're going to talk about later. The classroom teacher-made test enables the teacher to build towards that final exam, that final external standardized exam. Because it's by going back and building in what you realize students didn't get. That what happens. You build towards ensuring that you get the quality passes at CSEC, at GSAT, at CCSLC, at GCE, you name it, whatever it is, right? You know me, I come from a different world, so GCE is still in my head, right? So let me move on a little bit, right? Now we have two types of tests that we usually work with. We have what we call the criterion reference test, and we have the norm reference test. Very often, test that is, well, not very often, all the time, the test that we use in the classroom is the criterion reference test. Let me start with that one. This one. Criterion, what do you think it means, just by virtue of the word criterion? What does it mean? Why we call it criterion?
Because of the internal objectives.
You have to tell them.
Oh, there be specific objectives.
They can hear. Can you hear?
Kareem.
Kareem?
I can talk louder.
Yes.
The students meet specific objectives. That's why it is called criterion reference test.
The students have to meet specific objectives. There's specific content objectives and specific skill objectives that students have to meet. We're not just teaching content, folks. We're teaching skills, right? And it's in assessment that we actually figure that out, right? So the criterion test is mastery-driven. It's performance-based. It is who know and who don't know. Which standards have they achieved and which standards have they not achieved? If you think about teaching, instruction, and assessment as a kind of a race, and every race have a finish line or a benchmark. Then if you look at the finish line as a kind of a benchmark, the question is, some people like did I say you see it, man? Give me another name.
Johan.
All right, Johan will always exceed the benchmark. They'll always be above the standard. So we say that you have to finish the race in 9 seconds, and you say you have to do something like sub 9, 8.5. He's an overachiever. He's one of the kids in your class that's working above the instructional level. But then you have some people like Asafa, who's gonna finish dead 9. He's on the standard. He meets the standard. Is this guy laughing at me? He meets the standard, right? So he's dead 9. But you have some people like me. No, not me. I'm a get the back. You have some other people who will only do 10.25. Some people will do 11.25. So in any given classroom, based on what the curriculum standards are, you have students who are positioned in relation to the standard. Not everybody is going to be at the standard. And the idea of the test, the criterion test, is to tell you that who is meeting the standard, who is exceeding the standard, who is below, and who is a struggling learner like me. right? Everybody with me? If you're not, put up your hand. If you're not with me, put up your hand. No? All right. Everybody clear?
Yes, yes.
Now get the answer, man.
Yes, we're clear.
Yes, we're clear.
Yes, very
Good.
Yes, we are clear.
Feedback. Yes, Roden, Bernard. Right. So when we talk about mastery, we're really talking about the criteria and reference test. In Jamaica, we have the grade 4 literacy, and we talk about students, the students either master, not master, or almost master. Now, to tell you the truth, I don't know the almost master for you know. Because you either master or you don't master the thing. The almost business, I don't know where it comes from, to be honest with you. If you miss the standard, you miss it. I'm not sure where the almost come from, right? So the point is, we're judging performance on what the instructional objectives are, what the standards in the curriculum are, using the criteria and reference. And that's the only thing we're judging it on. However, with the non-referencing test, slightly different. Things are different because the non-reference test is about relativity. It is the student's performance. Take Bernard here. It's about Bernard's performance in relation to Tony. So with non-reference, we talk about the average score or the average performance, the above average performance, and the below average performance. So where is Bernard in relation to average performance? Is he average? Is he above average, or is he below average? That's a non-reference test. So when you, yes, go for it.
Yes, would you say that the term marking on a curve would fall under that category?
Say that again.
Marking on a curve, I have often heard persons say, even CXC, I don't know. They mark on a curve.
They mark on a curve. That's right.
Is that norm reference when you mark on a curve using the normal distribution?
It absolutely is marking on the curve. You know which curve they're talking about?
The normal distribution curve.
The normal distribution curve. You have like a flip chart and a flip chart. Now the flip chart. So what do I write on?
It would be the board.
Yeah, but can you see the board?
Yes. You have to lift up the project. Okay.
Got that? That's your normal distribution. Every population is supposed to look like this. So, for example, in Jamaica, when they tell me that about 33% of our boys are underperforming, I say not so. Can't be. God never make you like that. He make you normal. Not so. You have to zoom it in back.
All right.
Zoom it in, right, yeah. On this normal distribution, they call it the bell curve. That's the curve we're marking on. Because this bell curve assumes that the majority of the population, about 68%, falls between 34 above the average, percent above the average, and 34% below the average. Here, the bottom end here, are your struggling learners, are learners with disabilities. They have LD, they're struggling. These are your exceptional students. They're very bright. And in fact, they are about less than 5%. 5 to less than 5% of the population.
About 3.
About that. But here we have about the majority of the population, which is about 68%, falling just on average, a little above average, a little below average. So this is what it means. When somebody like me take up a set of test results, I'm looking for this. When I drop my results in SPSS, I'm looking for this curve. If I don't see it, the first thing I begin to think is that something wrong with the scores. You follow me? Once I don't see it, and if something wrong with the scores, it goes right back to the test item.
Miss.
Yes.
Hello. I was not able to see that diagram that you were drawing.
You can zoom it in back for her, please.
I think one of the things is that you have to stop sharing the other screen that you are doing so we can share another screen or something like that.
Oh,
I think this is strong student.
Oh, thank you very much. You have to tell, you can see now?
Yes, Miss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Kerr, what is over that side?
All right.
It says strong. It's strong strategy. Strong.
Oh, here, struggling students. All right. I'm going to redo it, right? Since you didn't see. That's all right? Hello?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. All right. Let me start with an example that might make sense in terms of this curve, because it's important we understand it, right? People talk about marking on the curve and they're not sure what they're talking about. Let's take shoe size. And I know about women's shoes, right? I don't know about men's shoes. I know about women's shoes. I know that the average female shoe size is between 8 and what?
9.
8 and 9. The majority, if you take the average shoe size is about 8.5, 8.5. Okay? She's not agreeing. What size you wear?
7.
Then you'd be down in the bottom down, let's say, in the average. Right? I don't know. You have an outlier size. So, between 8,
mostly 8 though,
size 8, and size 9 is 68% of the population. Everybody with me? Can see it? Can you see it?
Yes. Yes, we can.
68% of the population have shoe size between 8 and 9. So you have 34% below the average and 34% of the population. You know which population we are all women.
The y-axis is percentage?
Yeah. All right. So in total, between size 8 and 9, 68% of our population fall between that shoe size. Then now you have size 7, and then you have the number 10 people them, right? Then you have the number 11 and 12 women.
And 13.
And
Denise, nobody wears size 13.
That's a lie. That is a lie. I will
nobody know your size 13.
I do.
You do? You sure?
And I have lots of shoes.
I know somebody who wears size 15.
Somebody or a woman. I remember women are talking about, you know.
Yeah.
I have never met a woman who wears size 13.
I know somebody who wears size 15.
Yes, we have to why you get 13. Okay.
Really? Zoom it in. So in truth and in fact, about 95% of the population wear sizes between 7 and 10. See that? This is out of one. 95% of the population wear between size 7 and 10. So that don't capture you. So as below the average. See that? That wear size 7 to 8 falls below the average size. And another 42.5% of the population that falls above the average size. So I'm still not in it. I'm still not in that crew, that 95%. I am actually in the 99% of the population, or near 100% of the population, that wear between size 5 and 11. So which size do I wear? 11. Which size shoe do I wear? Come no?
11.
Somebody never say 5.
No,
Could be 5.
Not biologically possible. Not biologically possible.
You will fall over.
I want to get a point now. So in truth and in fact, you have this percentage of the population here that might be learning disabled, learning difficulty, slow learner, struggling learners. But up here, between 10 and 11, you have exceptional people. The people as they is. Have you met students like that in the classroom? No matter what ball is thrown at them, they somehow catch the ball. I don't like students like that. They must drop the ball sometimes.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
As it relates to CSEC and that bell curve, the average, at what point would that average be applicable? What time would you get that average?
You know, it's interesting because CSEC have to mark on the criteria. Notwithstanding what people think, CSEC has a syllabus that teachers have to teach to. It is that criteria that they have to mark to. But I think what happens is that in the actual reporting of the information, they have to report on the curve. So
okay, which means they would have to have all the grades first, get that average, and then assign the grades accordingly before.
Yes. So it's a sliding scale. Let me give you an example. One that I know personally is you right here at medical school. You never, with the medical school is norm referenced. Because you never know what the pass mark is going to be until the scores come out. So you can have this year, if the average score is 70% and you are a 50% student, you have failed. If you're a 65% student, You fail because you're below the average in 2016. But come previous years, 2015, average score is 45, and you are a 65% student. You get A. Because it's your score in relation to the group. The average is determined by the outcome of everybody. The higher the average and your score, and if you're a low performing student, you're likely to fail. The same thing kind of happens with CSEC from year to year. What a 1, what is entailed in a 1 is likely to be different from year to year. So if it's a standard, it's a criteria. If it's a standard, it's a criteria.
I remember.
But if it's not a standard, it's non-referenced. Yes.
I remember the CXC personnel, they came by the school and they were saying that they don't mark from that the criteria, the norm reference, where you have this, they do the average, and then based on the average, they say no, they don't do that. That's what they told us.
So let me hear that again. I didn't hear the last part.
I'm saying we were talking to CXC personnels, actually the CXC chairperson, I think. And he was saying that no, they don't mark like that from a norm reference where they use the curve for the grade. They said they don't do that.
They mark on the criteria because that's why they have the syllabus. But they might be reporting on a norm reference. So in other words, you mark based on the standards that's in the syllabus. But let's say, like, take the math exam in 2014. If the average score on the math exam in 2014 is 45%, the highest score is 72%, and the lowest score is 25. Right? The following year, the average score is 65%, and the top score is 83. The minimum score, the lowest possible score there is 26%. Now I want you to think about it. What is going to be a 1? In the first year, the score for a 1 is at the top, 72%. You with me?
Yes. Yes.
If the average score is 45, then it means that the student who gets 45 is likely to pass. The person who gets 72% gets a 1. The person who gets 45 gets a C. If you look at the following year, the average score is 65. You can't put it back to 45%. You can't put back the pass mark to 45%.
So this means it varies from year to year.
It differs. It has to shift each year. So guess what happened? This is where the instruction comes into play now. Because if you have students who are that is why in Jamaica, and I'm speaking to my Jamaican teachers in particular, in the traditional high schools will always do well. Why? Because they teach constantly to get that 80 and above. So it doesn't matter what the average score is, they will come out with quality passes. If you have a school where instruction is variable, students don't get the instruction that they need, and so the students are likely to be just average. A year when you think that these just average students will do well, they'll actually do badly because the average score has been dragged up. Because it has been pulled up, what happened? They get left behind. There's a science to the thing. And so that is why it's important to work with the students always at a particular level. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna give you some information and then you can probably tell me how that, where that falls.
Right.
For CXC, my understanding was that, for example, they have what you call remark. Let's say they have marked a set of papers, and before a certain answer, like number 1, given the content of the answer and all of that, it was refused. That answer was refused. But when they put it probably, let's say on the curve or whatever, the questions, they realized that a lot of students failed that question. they may revisit that question and look at it to see why most students are getting that question wrong. Is it a matter of instruction, how they were taught, teachers give them insufficient information? Were they informed? Do they have similar answers? What's the case? And then the answer that they had refused before, they may revisit it and actually accept that answer as a possible mark.
Based on the pattern in students' responses.
Right. So based on that now, the pass mark, what I got from it was that based on that, the pass mark would not be affected, but what would be affected is that what answers they would accept, or the limitations in the answers, that some answers they would not have accepted, but they are forced to accept it because of the level of the students.
But you see, and it's relative, because in another year, you might not have that particular performance level. Now, let me go back to where you started, because each item has a cut score. Based on the rubric that they have, each item would have a cut score. The question is, are students meeting the cut score for the item? If students aren't meeting the cut score, like what you said, they have to go back and remark it. They might not shift the cut score, but what they have to do is accept the level of the students, which is relative from one year to the next. Because another year, students might come spot on with the response they're looking for. And that then raises the performance level. It means that in the year when the performance level is middle to lower level, the student who is basically weak, because most of them are weak, you tend to find that the scores drop. And so in dropping the scores, the student who would normally not pass end up passing because the average score is so low. And what you might find with a situation like that is that they have to remark, because it has to be based on the decision of what is happening to the cut score. They have to then look at whether or not the average score from the responses is above or below the cut score. So all of this is the norm reference dancing, because they're looking at the relative performance of the students. And so the two things, the criteria which establish the cut score, and then the student score is then telling us whether or not the cut score is being met, the standard is being met. And then we have to adjust it to make sure that we don't have everybody failing. Or, well, the idea is to have everybody pass, right? It's never to have everybody failing or most people failing. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
All right.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right. So let us move from marking with the curve, right? Give me another slide, please. Can you pull this back down? What are you thinking? All right, I don't know, this is a very bad PowerPoint, this slide, because I don't know if you'll be able to see it. They can see it on their screen? Oh, fabulous. See? You're not missing me, you know. All right, everybody can see that PowerPoint?
Small, but yeah.
Yeah.
You can see it on your screen, yeah? So at the top here, we have reporting student performance on standardized tests. It's either non-reference or it's criterion reference, right? For non-referencing, for non-referencing, we have different methods of reporting a non-referencing test. So we have the percentile rank, so we can say that Tony is at the 90th percentile. What that mean? It means that Tony is in the top 10% of his class. Follow me? If he's in the 90th percentile, it means that 90% of the class is performing below Tony. Follow me? Or if I say that Melissa is in the 25th percentile, it means that Melissa is in the bottom 25%. So 75% of the class is doing better than she is. So it's always relative to where the group is. Where is the student in relation to the group? It's the same thing that, I don't know who asked the question, I just said. This is the average response that we've gotten. Where is each student in relation to the cut score and the average response? You follow the point? So, and then you have what we call a linear standard score, a normalized standard score, a developmental growth scale. All of that we use with the standardized test, and we use all sorts of things. But with the criteria and reference testing, notice how that is marked. It is percentage correct score. That's what we used to. What percentage of the standards did you get right? Follow? It is always percentage correct. So when we say that Melissa got 70% on the exam or on the test, what we're saying is that of the standards that we tested, Melissa know her store of knowledge of the content and the skill is 70%. It means that she have a 30% deficit. Follow me? I have a Rita Peterson, who is one of one of the people I admire as a teacher, and she said that when she gets struggling students, and when she gets struggling students, and they get 2 out of 10, she put a smiley face. 10. Can you believe that? Give them the spelling, they get 2 out of 10. And the students say, but miss, why you give us a smiley face and it's only 2 out of 10? That's not right? Is it right? No. And she says to them, guess what? You are 2 ahead of where you were last week. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that, how that motivates a student? Yeah. You are 2 ahead of where you were last week. That means we only have 8 more to go. It's the same thing with the 70 and the 80 now. Because teaching is about value added. You should know that. If you give a student 75, 65, you have to be able to explain to them with the other 35 then. Where is it? What happened to it? The part of the instructional process is having a conversation with the students about, with the 65% correct, that there is a 35% deficit in your content and your skills. And so we need to talk about how we're going to fill that gap. Students who get 90 and 95 consistently and 98, they still have a 2% gap. Conversation still needs to be had. Interestingly. Make sense? Don't make no sense? Move on.
Yes, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Make a lot of sense?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it makes sense.
All right, so your teacher-made test must be reliable. My question is, at the top, what constitutes a good, can I put back that thing at the side? What makes a good teacher-made test? The reliability and the validity. So we said already the reliability is the consistency of the test scores. We expect that if you administer the same test to the same students over time, what is supposed to happen? The results are supposed to be similar. So scores are consistent. The test is valid. The test is valid if it accurately reflects the grade level and the curriculum standards. So, you know, one of the problems I have, you know, as a researcher, you go to a grade 1 classroom. Now, in a grade 1 classroom, who do you find? Who is in a grade 1 classroom? Who are grade 1 students?
Grade age 6. Age 6.
Age 6.
6 and 7.
6, all right? 6 and 7. Some of them brushing 7, yes. Some of them maybe 5 too.
Yeah, 5.
All right? So the question is, all right. The question is, what can a 6-year-old do? What is a 6-year-old supposed to be able to do at this point in time of the 6-year-old's life? What should they know and what can they do? Should we expect a 6-year-old to be reading at grade 1 level on September morning, 2016?
Nobody is supposed now to identify a sentence.
To identify letters.
Sentence.
Identify some words. And
Shapes,
I
colors.
think read some basic reading.
Shapes and
But
colors.
should they be doing reading comprehension?
No, no, miss.
Okay.
Orally.
So in truth,
Yes, but
huh?
yes, but no, not in September when they just started.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Already.
We should do it in September.
Precisely. You know, so in truth and in fact, sometimes what we're doing is outside of the age equivalent and the grade level expectancy for the children. Your tests have to reflect that. And that's about validity. Knowing what the curriculum asks for, delivering it to the children, and then assessing them based on what we expect them at a developmental level and at an age level, grade level that they're supposed to be able to know. So that's important. It's important that a grade 1 student is not being tested on a kindergarten test, or that a grade 1 student is not being tested using items from the grade 3 diagnostic. Or we don't expect a grade 1 student in the first month of grade 1 to do a reading comprehension. You follow me? Or we don't expect grade 1 students, even at grade 1 and say 6 months, to understand regrouping.
So I have a question.
From St. Lucia?
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Okay. Yes, considering what you said, I've often heard that you should not teach, you should teach the students and not the curriculum. So am I and since validity is based on what you taught, what about a case where the students are at a grade level but they are not their ability, they don't have the ability or the prerequisites and so on and so forth, and you have to maybe deal with these issues? How are you going to balance that with teaching the curriculum at that level?
But I go back to where you started. You say we don't teach the curriculum, we teach children. And that's very, very important. We don't teach the curriculum, we teach children. So we teach them based on where they come to us. And we talk about 3 levels. We talk about children who will come to us at the instructional level. So when they come to us, they already have some skills in place that we can start from there. We can take the standards in the curriculum and work with them from there. We have another set of students who come to us. They are above the instructional level. So they know everything about photosynthesis. They can do the equation, they can do this, they can do that. Question is, where do you go with them? And the children you are talking about, which is the children I am most concerned about, are the children who are below the instructional level, where if you attempt to put that curriculum on them, guess what happens? You frustrate them. We call it the frustration level.
So Miss, wouldn't you end up giving a grade 9, a grade 8 exam in that case then?
No. You have to meet the children at their point of need. You have to be able to address those needs. So if you realize that you get a set of grade 7 students, my Montserrat people will tell you about this, right? You get a set of grade 7 students, and when they come to you, they are reading at grade 4 level. So you can put Chinua Achebe, things fall apart on them. That's what the curriculum says you are to teach. But when you get them, they're reading at, like in Jamaica, a lot of the A-step children, 70% of them, reading at grade 3 level to below pre-primer, including not being able to identify letters. So when they come to you at grade 7 and they walk in, and the pants tight, and then look, you know, and then get the pose and the attitude, but they can't read. And you say, okay, so we're gonna do English literature. And what we take out? Things Fall Apart, To Kill a Mockingbird, what else? Whatever is out there. Or we take out the science textbook. And you are teaching your heart out, teacher. You're doing it, you're nailing it. But you're not nailing the students. Because they can't read, they can't access it. So what do you have to do? You can't teach no Chinua Achebe. You have to do one of two things. You either have to find a book that is operating at their level, or you have to take the Chinua Achebe and simplify it to their reading level and bring them up to where they need to be. You don't have no choice.
But Miss, that's where my question comes in, because we have a time factor in the process. I mean, you have to do what was not done and then get them to the point where they should be. But we're looking at a limitation, which is time. So your exam now, how will it, I mean, it would be all good and well if you could accomplish that within that time period. But what if that's not the case? Then what type of exam will you give them?
You give them what they do. You give them an exam based on what they do, what they learn, what
exactly.
Right. So that goes back to my question. Then you would not be giving a grade appropriate exam, which means it's
no. Yes, you will be, because you are testing.
You will be
level.
But what if you have
their level of functioning?
But what if you have a class with those are the lower end students? You have some amount of students who are at that level. You have the higher end and then the average. What do you do in a scenario like that? What test? How do you test them?
You tier the test.
Oh, okay.
First of all, in your instruction, you have to differentiate. Because the kids who already know all about photosynthesis, you cannot ask them to then show you the photosynthesis process. You have to take them to the level where they can think more strategically about photosynthesis and how it works to do whatever else. The kids who are at the instructional level, you have to teach them the process of photosynthesis, because they can't read and can't access the information. So you're going to teach them that. So their instructional activities will be about that. The people them who can't read, who can't figure out that PH mean F, because they don't have no phonemic skills. You can't teach them that. You're going to have to give them a little leafy draw, or you give them a list of vocabulary. The point I'm making is that the differentiated instruction have to kick in when you have a diverse classroom. No classroom you get will ever be homogeneous. So the differentiated instruction must always come into play. But the question you're asking is, what does my final test look like? And this is where the question of fairness now comes into play. Remember where I started. Each child in that classroom must be able to access your test. So the kid who can only read short sentences, who is only able to maybe just draw the process of photosynthesis, must be able to access the test in the same way that the kid who has the verbal reasoning skills and can explain photosynthesis, and the kid who can tell you about what happens to photosynthesis in the marijuana plant. Follow me?
Excuse me, Miss.
Your test moves from.
Is it that you're gonna set two separate?
No, it's one test. Remember that, which is what we're going to look at in a little bit. When you talk about depth of knowledge, right? Depth of knowledge. Come, put this up for me. And I'm going to use the board, right? This is something Dr. Rainford asked me to look at with you guys. Depth of knowledge, which is literally the cognitive demand required on any exam, on any test, is 4 levels. The first level is recall. The second level is application. I'm simplifying, right? And the third level is strategic thinking. And the fourth level is what we call extended thinking. I don't write very well, but you see the 4 levels? Hello?
Can you zoom in on your screen, please? On the
yes. So recall is number 1. So it's level 1, bottom floor. Recall, application, strategic thinking, and extended thinking. That's the depth of knowledge. Are you seeing it say, Lucia?
That's what the test should show.
Your test now must be tiered. So in your classroom, there are some students who can only recall. They can only recall. They can say photosynthesis is the process of da 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 da. But you have another set of students who can take that definition and apply it to explain what the process of photosynthesis does. Those students are operating at the level of application. So you must have items on the test that tap into recall. You must have items on the test that allow the students to graduate to be able to apply information. And you must have items on the test that allow the students to show that I am not only recalling, I am not only applying, but I can strategically think that photosynthesis in the weed plant creates higher ITCC levels and make the weed more powerful. You follow me? And so because the weed is more powerful, you can then gauge the photosynthesis process and get different powers of weed. Make sense? Well, they're not with me, man.
Right then. Dr. Kerr, what you're explaining there is no different to the Bloom's taxonomy, right? It's the same thing, isn't it?
Not different. In fact, DOK is a consolidation, a modification, and adaptation of Bloom's. What has happened in the world, though, is that there's a shift towards DOK, depth of, Webb's depth of knowledge in writing curriculum away from Bloom's taxonomy. You know, the new Blooms have 7 levels, right? Let me see if I can remember them. I'm going to write it on the board. We have recall,
knowledge,
comprehension,
knowledge.
You have application, you have analysis, you have analysis, you have synthesis, evaluation, you have synthesis. And in the new Blooms, creativity. Yeah, at the top of the new blooms, you have creativity, right? So if I am to consolidate, the recall and comprehension that was in blooms is now DOK level 1. See that?
Yeah.
With me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, we're with you.
See? Thank you. The application here and part of analysis is at level 2. Strategic thinking will take it. Evaluation and analysis. And synthesis and creativity will be extended thinking. Now, I must tell you something about extended thinking. We never use extended thinking in text. Extended thinking is what you do in SBA. Follow me? The work is the big essay that students have to go over and write, is the project that they have to design, is the this, the that takes them 2-3 months to get it done. That's your extended thinking. It really is very, very difficult to try and test extended thinking in an exam. Everybody with me? So any curriculum that you pick up will have DOK 1, 2, and 3. And 3 is what we call HOTS, higher order thinking skills. The analysis and the evaluation, those are your higher order thinking skills. Can everybody see this? I mean, I know, I'm so sorry, folks. My handwriting has deteriorated over the years. And I must tell you that also my spelling is a really retrograde thing, slightly dyslexic with the spelling from morning. But the advent of spell check in Word has made it even more, challenging. Follow me? So if you notice anything don't spell properly, it's because there's no spell check on the whiteboard. All right? But you see the alignment between the two? In truth, they're not different, It's just different words, but we want you to get it because we want you to understand that in any given classroom, when you begin to think about teaching the student, you have to think that, some of them can only recall. Some of them can recall and they can comprehend and apply. And some of them
nowadays they can't even recall. They can't recall.
And that too, which means that the fact that they can't recall would mean that there's a memory problem, there's a cognitive processing problem. That student must be referred for psychoeducational assessment. It's outside now of the remit of the student, and the responsibility, the obligation of the teacher is to write a note to the principal that after 6 weeks of trying to teach this boy how to identify the letter B, there have been no challenges. I've tested it in this way. I've tried this, I've tried that. All of this has not worked. I now suspect that this child may have a learning difficulty or a learning disability. I therefore recommend that he is referred for psychoeducational assessment. Argument done. That now, with a child who not getting it, you have to refer on. But a child who come and can recall, don't have a memory problem. And I see it all the time. This year already, Camille, how many students have we tested across the island? Of over 5,000 children in this country, this year alone, we have tested. And I can tell you definitively that the majority of them who teachers say can't do nothing, can't do something, because the tests tell us that. A child who is able to to do a non-verbal item, to look at a picture and reconfigure it. Not wrong with the upstairs. Something is going on up there. But that same child who can do mental ability, as we call it, does not know simple vocabulary words or don't have the language for it, tell me that some instructional gap exists. Or that child might be a slow learner. So what you need to do is, the gentleman before was asking about time. This is a constant issue with teachers and curriculum. I'm finished curriculum, I'm finished syllabus. Otherwise, principals say, do not work. A child who's a slow learner will take twice as much time, need a little bit more intensive work in order to catch up. Because they will come to you, especially grade 7 students. Some of you are going back to teach in September. A lot of grade 7 students will come to you with big GSAT scores or big, what you call it in Montserrat? Whatever exam you do, primary exit exam you do, come with big scores.
CEPA.
CEPA. And guess what will happen? Okay. And guess what will happen? Some of them will have big scores, but have challenges reading some words. What are you going to do? You have to go back at it because you have to address the needs of students. Let me tell people, it's important, you know, this is my platform, very important, that we begin to identify the challenges that students have and address those needs.
Excuse me, miss, I have a question.
Yes. Who's speaking?
Candace Reynolds Wells from St. Lucia. Can you hear me? Okay, good. What about the students, sorry, you're referring to those students in the grade 7 level who most likely you can help do differentiation in teaching and so on and so forth. But what about the students who are preparing for the CSEC level and they have already gone through all the grades, but they have not been attended to? There's an age factor, and at the same time, you also have the syllabus curriculum that you want to complete, because even though you may have tried to do the test to fit their level, they're still at the age level for CSEC. How are they going to perform in that test, which is not going to be prepared specifically for their grade level where they're at?
But their level of functioning. But I tell you something, because what I have resorted to telling people now, instead of them trying to put 8 or 10 subjects on them, cut it in half.
Sometimes that's a problem, you know, because you know the kid cannot do something or they're not ready, because sometimes they can't, but they're not ready or they're not disciplined. You can't tell the parent that, because all of a sudden you are the one that's not helping the child.
I would say, and this is, you know, as a teacher, as a classroom teacher, you know, it's important we use data. Very important we use data, because data not only helps you to understand what is going on from early, but it helps you to do, I used to be a civil servant, to something we call CYA. Anybody know what that means? CYA? The nice people from the rest of the Caribbean don't know it, but every Jamaican knows when you're a civil servant, you cover your ass. Very important. The data from early on. So you take your 18-year-old boy, I'm going to take boy because usually the problem is a boy. True or false?
True, most
yeah. You take that 18-year-old boy now who's been through the system 5 years, and at grade 11, that boy is not ready for that math paper or that language paper or whatever. The question is, what are you going to do? My initial thing, as I said, if it's 6 or 8 subjects, you have to advise the parents and sit with them and talk it through. Listen, but the conversation can begin when it's time to sign off on the paper for them to do the exam. It can't begin there. the conversation must begin from grade 9 to say, listen, mama, this is from 7, 8, and 9, this is what we've seen. He's going to go to the fourth form, but we don't think he's going to be ready in 2 years because this is the pattern that we've seen. He goes to fourth form, you see the same pattern. Mommy, come back in here. Daddy, come back in here. This is what we're seeing. Let him repeat. He needs more time. He needs to do less subjects. The conversation, teachers, cannot begin at the time when you're ready to put your signature on the approval for that subject. Cannot.
But what about the students who are transferred from other schools and they come to your school and they place them in certain classes that are, well, according to their age range? What about those students?
Well, first of all, a transferred student must come with the data. I don't know what people do in the system, but once a student is transferring school, the student have covered a file. It means that already there's a pattern. I know that, for example, in Jamaica, we test the students. We give them an initial test to identify which group you're going to put them in. The conversation has to start there as well. I don't think we'll be transferring anybody in the fifth form. That might be very challenging.
Actually, yes, it happens here.
And it has happened here. I've seen two boys
management.
And also when they are transferred, the level that they're operating at is a grade 7 level. And yet because of their age range, they have to be placed in those upper forms and they're not ready.
It's part of the problem because that is part of we're trying to change that. Because a child is 18, don't mean that they're ready for the exam. And I think that's where people misunderstood what the minister was trying to say and do. Because a child is 18 or 17, and the law said that they must do, like I know the competence-based exam, so you can do the GSAT between 10 and 13. And because the child is 13, don't mean that they're ready to sit the exam. And so that is part of the issue because some people are late bloomers and they may not bloom until suddenly one day they're in the third form and the penny drop and everything opens up to them. That may be the case. So a lot of this, what's your name?
Candace.
Candace. A lot of this has to do with what principal leadership is doing and thinking. What is the philosophy we have here in relation to these children and what needs to happen for them? And I think that is how that has to be dealt with. It really is a management issue. It's not an assessment issue. So, but teachers have to be sufficiently informed about what the student know and can do to be able to articulate to both parents and principal that, listen, you see Tony here? Tony here can do X, Y, and Z. But these other 17 things, Tony has not been able to master. And I think that if Tony gets another 18 months, Tony will make it. But at this point in time, Tony is not ready. I have had that with my own child. I've had to put her back and have her do the GSAT at 13 in order to get her ready. Some children are just not there when we think they should be there.
But Dr. Kerr,
speak
one of the things, I'm not in the classroom environment as yet, but one of the things I've noticed is that students sometimes fall through the cracks and they slip through the cracks and they're pushed along grade levels, and it is at, like the person said before, that when they reach fourth form or fifth form, that these deficiencies come to the teacher and they have to be sitting the exam. But what about the teachers that had them from the grade 7 and 8 and 9?
Who didn't identify the problem?
Even if they identified them, they didn't alert the principal or the parents so that proactive measures could have been taken.
Yeah, it's really, it's all you manage.
Hello?
It's a management issue. Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to do things in regards to what was just said. There are times when the teachers have done everything in their power. You have written it on paper, you have written it on email, you've written it on reports, you've spoken to parents, you've spoken to the principal. But guess what? In some schools, it maintains that you have automatic promotion, you have 5 years of secondary education, and that is all you get. I work in a school where you don't repeat the children, so you just keep going forward. And I would know that a child is struggling, but there is nothing that I can do, and I feel totally unempowered to actually have any say with regards to the policies that maintain, because as it stands, some of these policies were dictated to us where you have the children must go to school and they have 7 years of primary, 5 years of secondary, and then you send them out, whether they're ready or not. Then when they get to fifth form, you find that they're going to tell you in our case about the cohort and how many of the children in the cohort must hit CSEC. And you find too, find too that a lot of the children in the cohort are not ready because some of them they're now able to put sentences together. You putting sentences together does not in any way tell me or any sane-minded teacher that you're ready to do an exam. But nobody tends to listen to us, the practitioners in the classroom. So that's to what the lady just said. There are times when the teachers do everything in their power and you just keep going forward. There are times when you have audiences with parents and they start to tell you about the fact that their child would feel embarrassed. They have to repeat them. So they would prefer the child to go forward. Now, I repeated my daughter. And I knew why I repeated her because I teach in secondary and I know what maintains if the child is not ready. Sometimes the parents are fully responsible and there are other times when it is the policy of the ministry that kills the teacher.
Yeah. The automatic promotion is very problematic. And but that is a policy issue, you know, from the ministry to the school level, to the principal level. And these are some of the things, you know, we have to keep talking about because the teachers, you know, are frontline implementers of the curriculum. You know what the students can do. Principal don't know unless you tell them. You know, so we have to articulate. Tell me when it's lunchtime. When it's supposed to be lunchtime. Lord have mercy. When do you guys take lunch? When do you want to take a break?
At 12, please.
Huh?
At 12.
At 12, so in 20 minutes time. So how long we're going to take a break for? 30 minutes?
Yeah.
45 minutes?
Yes, 45.
You know that I will fly till 5 o'clock. And that's that. And like once I'm on the road.
45 minutes.
How much? 45?
45 minutes, please.
45
okay,
minutes.
good. Please do not go and cook anything. Do not make sure you cook already. All right. So we have 20 minutes. In this 20 minutes, I'm going to take you to what we call establishing a valid test using a content analysis and creating a table of specification. And when we come back, we're going to try to create a table of specification for a test because that is the first thing that we have to be able to do to establish a valid test. So the content analysis is really provide a summary, an outline of what is expressed in the curriculum and therefore is to be expressed in teaching first, in instruction first, and then expressed in the assessment, right? So your content analysis asks you have to ask some very critical questions. With a content analysis, what we're trying to do is establish validity. Remember, stay with me folks, validity is the fact that the test must test what is in the curriculum and what is taught. So it must test both the content and the skills expressed in the curriculum. So we ask some questions. You're sharing the screen, right? The first one is, which content is supposed to be covered in the curriculum? Which content? So if it covers A, B, C, and D, hello, we can't test F. It can only focus on A, B, C, and D. The other question is, are there significant sections of this content that we must test? So if you notice, when you get a syllabus or a curriculum, you have content A, B, C, and D, but guess what happened? C and D takes up together 75% of the teaching time. 75% of the content to be covered is expressed in C and D. So this is the significant part of the curriculum. It means that 75% of your time must be spent teaching C and D. Follow me? The other 25% will be in A and B. Are there significant subdivisions with any of the sections? When you look at the curriculum under D, you realize that there are some topics there that always appear on an exam. People, they call it crowd spotting, or essentially in the curriculum itself, it takes a little bit more time than other sections. It means that you have to put zero in on that as well. That has to be on the test. So, and then we ask, which of these content areas should a representative test include? Now I'm going to define a test for you. A test is a sample of the knowledge. You can only sample. You can't test everything. So although you have A, B, C, and D, the test is only a sample. And that is why we zero in on what is significant. And we spend most of the time on the significant aspects of the curriculum. Significant topics, significant subtopics, significant skills. Because the curriculum, is two-dimensional, right? It's the content and the skills, right? So these questions are important to help you to audit. I would say a content analysis has to even start before you instruct. Before you begin to teach, you have to identify what content is to be covered, what part of it is significant. And then that now frames what goes into your lesson plan, what you're going to assess, and so it becomes almost like a process at the end of the day in terms of what is going to go in my test. So the content analysis, the point of it is to establish the validity of your test. Any questions?
No.
Oh, so here I've jumped ahead of myself, which is fine. I'm always doing that. So my little thing here now, ensuring validity. Huh? Somebody asking a question? Fine. So the content analysis, see? No? I'm picking up a question. No? Can everybody see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Huh?
So your content analysis we use to construct a test that measures a particular set of content and processes require that we specify what content and what process. So this explicit statement that comes out of a content analysis is that we use to establish the test is called a table of specification. Now you're gonna write that on the paper and put a circle around it, or it's called a test blueprint, right? They're similar, literally the same thing, they do the same thing. It's like you're building a house. In St. Lucia, if you're gonna build a house in Bishop's Gap, what do you need first? A surveyor? Oh, you don't think I know St. Lucia? What happened? You think all the Jamaica, you know? Me go St. Lucia already, you see it? Are you don't know where you come from, you know? We go every island. But if you want to build a house, you have to get an architect. And this is what the table of specification is. It's an architect's drawing of the test. You follow me? So you have to have the correspondence between the definition of what content is to be measured. That is so important. What is to be measured must come from the curriculum. And that is what we call content validity. Every test, every classroom test must have content validity. And it comes from doing your content analysis. All right? So what we actually do, 15 minutes, right? I'm gonna do this and then come back and read it. Yeah, that one. See, my 3-stage classroom measurement model. Your content validity. Test items must validly measure the instructional objectives. And it's a 3-stage thing. We call it alignment. We must have alignment between stage 1, the instructional objectives, stage 2, the instructional activities, and stage 3, the test. Let me dissect it for you. What's in the curriculum as instructional objectives? What I teach in my classroom is what goes into the test. All right. This business of alignment, very important. So what we do, if you remember my Webb's DOK, you take your first three levels of Webb's DOK. That's what fuels your instructional objectives. You are creating instructional activities based on those objectives. And then you're writing test items which measure whether or not students understood what happened in instruction. With me, folks? So once you have that, your tests have content validity and is now properly aligned. You don't have any alignment. In other words, you have one set of instructional objectives and you do something different with the students and you test them according to the instructional objectives. No alignment. Instruction and assessment are very intimate partners. I'm sure you're adults, you all understand that. One don't walk without the other. You test what you teach. When you prepare to teach, prepare to test what you teach. And you teach based on standards that come from the curriculum. They call it, these days, you know, people who write curriculum that I don't like curriculum writers, you know. Because they have all kind of things in the curriculum. They have attainment target, they have target, they have standard, they have objectives. Hello, it's all the same. The question is, this is what students must know. That is what all of this is for, the target, the attainment target, the specific objective, the general objective, the this, the that. It's all the same. What must students know and be able to do? It's the same thing. And that's what we're testing. So, in order to do that, to get this alignment, you don't have alignment, that's it. We're going to come up with what we call a test blueprint, which is an excellent instrument for designing our test. And more schools are actually using it in Jamaica, and we hope more and more will continue to do so. Now, your test blueprint is a two-dimensional view of your test. It must have two very important things: the content and the skills that you're testing. So, it's what the curriculum covers. It's an explicit guide for constructing your test. You don't start constructing the test, you know. All you're doing is planning for the test. So if you see the word test plan, it means the same thing. What you're doing is planning to create the test. What will go into the test? You are specifying what you're going to measure. Remember, this is what you're doing all along. You know, all of this chatting you see me doing here is about measuring. That's why the precision and the accuracy comes in place. So it's like if you have a little corner shop and you're selling cooking oil, and somebody come in to buy a jill of cooking oil. Anybody know what a jill is? There are big jill and little jill.
Yes.
If people come in to buy a little jill of cooking oil, and you keep using the big jill to sell the little, you know what's going to happen? You lose, you're not going to make no money because your measurement off. And we can't afford that. So that's why we use the TOS, so that our measurement is not off, it is actually precise. All right? Bring up the next one for me. I don't want them to miss the lunch, you know, because, so we have about 8 minutes. So your test blueprint should include some things. Actually, go to the other slide for me and then I'll come back. Go back, no man. I have a picture somewhere. Yeah. No man, yes, no man. Go back down. Yeah? Yeah, sit there. The test blueprint is a little instrument that looks something like this. It's a matrix, yes. I have a little smart Alec in here tell me about matrix. You know, I use no matrix for people then. Don't mix them up. Next thing you know, where she come from with this math something now, right? Literally, it's a rubric, right? Or I should say a matrix. What it does, it specifies your learning outcomes, which are the skills you're going to teach, and the topic that relates to that learning outcome. Go back to my previous slide. Wait, no? Where you gone? Yes, right there. So if you notice, I'm going to find you one that looks much better. You have a test blueprint. You must have the title of the test, the purpose of the test. So the purpose of the test is important to know because it's part of establishing the validity. If this is a midterm test or a 6 weeks test, if it's a 6 weeks test, we know it has to be formative. You have to give students feedback, right? If it's a grade 7 end of term test, you know, the purpose of the test must be very clear to the teacher, right? What aspects of the curriculum will be covered? Who are the students? Remember now, you cannot test grade 7 students on grade 9 work. So that's what our grade 10 and 11 work. So in your grade 7 and 8 test, I don't expect to see any CSEC type question. And don't tell me don't go so because I regularly see it from people, teachers test paper. Right? The types of tasks that you will do that will be used. So whether you use multiple choice or you're going to use a performance assessment or you're going to use true and false, you name it, and how you're going to use the information from the test. So your TOS is beginning to help you to shape up what you're going to put in on this test. Go back to my thing. Image, yes. So your test blueprint. This is a very simple one. I'm going to find another simple one for when you come back. And we look at it. And we're actually going to try and work out because it worked out the analysis and how to establish this syllabus specification. Any questions? We meet back here at 20 minutes to 1.
Yes, that is fine.
It's okay.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah.
So but remember what I said now. Don't cook any rice.
It's cooked already.
Cook already? Good. All right, see you later.
Bye. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye for now.
All of the bad
Y'all quiet in here. Somebody shout faithful. You sound like our Latter-day Saints. Try it again. Say faithful.
Oh, every day I do this cash for me. I mean, what can do anything? I can't get to me. I just got to turn on some music. Give me satu ka. I will follow you. I love you wherever you may go. I will follow you. I love you wherever you go. I will follow you. Wherever you may go. Touch my heart on you.
Tell what you call Miss Banks and ask her what time guardian no problem. So Miss Banks have to call Miss Banks and ask her what time you're going to do.
Come on. 20 people them.
we were that
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? Is that Kimberly?
Yes, speaking.
Okay, I'm waiting for the technician to come back.
All right.
He has to help me because I told you I'm a little bit off with the with the technology.
No problem.
I am on the line, but I'm not.
You're online? I wonder how far, it didn't say where it was going. Let me see if I can manipulate it. So this is the PowerPoint. And then what I have to do is, let me see if I can figure it out. Okay. I'm gonna try, guys.
I'm gonna try to see if I can do it. Maybe you can figure it out from here because I'm afraid of the systems. So which one would it be now? This one.
Camera icon there.
There's a camera icon.
Yes.
So what do I do? Start video?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, great. I'm getting it. So am I sharing screen?
Yes, you are. We can see your share screen.
Why am I not seeing the screen? Huh? I'm not seeing it.
No, they're seeing you.
They're seeing me?
Yes.
Are they seeing my shared screen?
I am seeing your shared screen.
Okay, great.
I'm seeing it as well.
Yes? Oh, he's here. Because I have no idea what I'm doing.
They need some assistance too.
Huh?
They need some assistance too.
Oh, SLT2A.
I see. I want to share screen.
Share screen. I want to go back to where I was. Is everybody back?
Yeah, most of us are here. Majority, rather.
Most of them back in chat. Can you see if that's on it? Can I put something else on the thing? In a second, guys. I just want to get something on the flash drive. Walk to the classroom, the classroom there. Yeah, there's no water here. Can you imagine that? Serious. Two things I wanted to bring up on this. One is the test plan and one is the table of specification. Same. I'm not even putting in food like that session. This thing I remember. We just like going in there. I have an actual table of specification that I want to share with you. Right? Test plan. Yeah. I'm going to use it. So those two. Yeah. Don't share that one. Go back to the first one. The test plan. Test plan. Right, yes. Share screen now. Guys, can you see the screen? Are you seeing my shared screen?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Oh, everybody have lunch, man. That sounds good. Wow. All right, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. So we left at the point where we were looking at what we call our test plan, our table of specification, our blueprint. And what we actually have on the screen, right, is a very simple template of what a test plan look like, of what a table of specification look like. It's a simple two-way conversation between your subject matter, your concepts, your topics, your ideas, and the skills that you're teaching. Now I want to share something with you because I think a lot of people miss this point. Remember we looked at DOK and we looked at the Bloom's taxonomy. Everything that is in Bloom's is really a cognitive skill. Right? Remember, the human being operates in 3 spheres. We are cognitive, as in thinking. We are feeling, as in affective. and we're physical, as in psychomotor. What we do inside the classroom is assess cognitive skills. The cognitive skills we're talking about are those things that Bloom had written about. You follow? So that's how your learning objectives become expressed as these skills. So if you notice on my table of specification format, where I have learning objectives is really the skills that we're trying to identify that are there. Knowledge, or recall, analyze, apply, interpret. And the subject matter. So let us choose, I'm going to say take, how many, I understand I have science teachers and math teachers, social studies, language teachers.
Geography.
Geography. Be sure me have at least one French teacher there.
Yes, you do.
I'm waiting for you.
Yes,
I'm waiting for you. I don't have any French curriculum though.
Okay.
But what I want to show you something else before I even go into this, right? Go to DOK STEM questions. DOK STEM, no. You have opened it already. DOK STEM question. No. No, go back to the list, to the folder. Top. DOK question stems, right. Can you see this? No, Max. Right, can you see my I'm going to put all of this, give it to Dr. Rain for this so that she can upload it. Now, this handout has on it some question stems from DOK to give you an idea of what thinking skills are entailed in each of the DOK levels. Everybody with me?
Imagine you need a list of the courses or
I just want to think we have to give some people some time.
What does DOK stand for?
Depth of knowledge.
What does DOK stand for?
Depth of knowledge.
Depth of, what is it?
Knowledge.
Depth of knowledge.
Things you're supposed to pick it in and pick it up here, so on each, something like that. I don't remember what name. Oh, probably because it's already paired on this.
Shanice?
Shanice.
Yes.
Yeah, hear them?
Yes, we're still hearing.
Shanice, please mute your mic.
Yeah.
Ready for me now, guys?
Yes, yes.
Oh, great stuff.
Great.
All right, so when you look at something like DOK, right? And Webb did a lot of work trying to, which is why a lot of people have started to use DOK rather than continue with Bloom's, because Webb did a lot of work in trying to translate each of the cognitive level within his taxonomy into actually practical ways of interpreting instructional objectives, right? Because remember, we have to start there when we're going to establish the validity of a test. So what he did, for example, he did it for writing, for math, for reading, for social studies, for science, to show people how to translate or what recall looks like. So let's take DOK level 1, which is recall. If you look at my thing here in the first box, you notice the sort of questions that are being asked. Can you identify? How would you describe? How would you write? Can you select? That is the level at which we would expect a student who is operating at a recall to be able to function, to be able to respond to questions like this. Can you list who was standing in the corner in the story, right? But at DOK level 2, notice there's a shift. Notice the shift? Can you explain? It's a different level of cognitive demand. Each level is a skill level. Follow me? Each level is a skill level. So we know at DOK level 2, we expect to see things that allow students to express comprehension and application. Application of concepts and of ideas. So, what steps are needed to edit? How would you classify the type of whatever? How would you compare and contrast whatever? How would you apply what you learned to develop whatever? Can you explain how X affected Y? It's a different level. Look at the difference between these two sets of questions at DOK 1 and 2. The demand that is required, the skill, the thinking skill that is required of the student is different. So that would be even marked at different levels. Scroll down for me. Look at DOK level 3, which is what we refer to as strategic thinking. Different now from level 2. Because now you're asking the person to things like formulate a theory. How would you describe the sequence of? What conclusion can be drawn from these 3 texts? What is the best answer and why? Can you predict the outcome? It's again, a different level of thinking skill is required. And DOK level 4, as I said, we wouldn't find in an exam situation, right? You would find it in a test. Because in a test, you wouldn't ask a student to design and conduct an experiment. In a test, you would ask a student to, what information can you gather to support your idea about whatever, right? There's certain things you definitely wouldn't ask a student in a test or an exam situation. So DOK level 4 is what usually comes, if you look at it, it's the sort of thing you would see on a CSEC, SBA, or a KF IA. You follow me? It's the extended thinking is a performance assessment at the top end. It takes time and it takes a lot of effort and research, and that's usually why it's not there. So the 3 we are interested in is 1, 2, and 3, the first 3 levels, which we have already looked at the alignment. We know that 1 has to do with recall and comprehension, and 2 have to do with application, some amount of analysis, and 3 have to do with evaluation and analysis and synthesis, that kind of a thing. So now that we're going to go back to my table of specification. The other one. Yes. Notice now, in my table of specification, I have column and row. At the top end there, I have learning objectives. The learning objectives are expressed in terms of the taxonomy, thinking skills. Notice that. So in my learning objectives, I have knowledge and recall, analyze, apply, interpret. And where I have subject matter, contents, topics, and ideas, all of these now are the topics that come from the curriculum. So if we're to pull up like, CSEC syllabus. What are the subject areas I have in the room today?
English language, science.
Science? What science? Can I try biology? Well, I do see second given not bad. Try not. All right, so I have before me the CSEC English syllabus, right? And if you're online, Google it and bring it up. CSEC English A syllabus. Can you bring that up? Hi guys. Are you guys with me?
Yes, Miss Fisher.
09.
Yes, we're with you.
All right, where you have page 2, skills and abilities to be assessed, right? Have you been able to bring up the syllabus?
Yeah.
English B?
Yes.
Bring it up.
Yes,
Yeah. If you notice on page 2, it says skills and abilities to be assessed.
Yes.
Yes, we have. Yes.
These skills are categorized under 2 broad headings. Understanding. And this, the meaning of understanding, the decoding and interpreting of messages through the analysis of the language structures and devices used in any given content. And 2, expression, the conveying of meaning through the selection of language structures. So 2 thinking skills, understanding and expression. The first one, understanding, notice they specify it. And they're specifying it in the way that allows you to understand what is to be taught. So, A, understand meaning conveyed, both in listening and in reading. And B, obtain information as demonstrated in the ability to recognize facts stated explicitly, extract information, extract implied information, identify, draw valid conclusion and inferences, recognize cause and effect, identify main and subordinate ideas. Now if you think about it from the DOK standpoint, in terms of understanding, they're not asking you, understanding here covers things like recall, comprehension, and application. You see that? Look at the list that they have there. I feel like I've left some people behind.
Who doesn't know that Miss Carter's son qualified for the Olympics?
Yeah.
What is his name? His first name? No. last name is Carter. Your first name is not Lester.
Oh, God.
Michelle.
Can you please mute your mic?
Someone needs to mute their mic.
Alright, guys, you gonna stay with me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we're with you. We're with you.
Too much lunch? Postponderal syndrome has set in?
What's that?
Maybe
I didn't say. All I said was postponderal. So if you want to call it that, of your business. Postponderal.
Miss, I don't think I'm getting the syllabus.
I think it is combined.
Yes, it is combined, apparently.
You have to scroll down to the bottom.
Just put, what did I
One at the
search
top,
for?
that's only.
C-Set English. Yeah. But the page 2, what I want to show you is that CXC actually set out what thinking skills it's measuring. That's the point I want to drive home. You with me, guys? They tell you.
Yes. Yes.
C-Set, CXC have actually set out in the syllabus what thinking skills they're actually testing. And it's very detailed. It's very, very detailed. This syllabus provides enough information to tell you what is going to be tested. It is English A syllabus, CXC, that's the one. That I think CPAM has. It's an English A syllabus, CXC. Effective for examination, May, June 2012. Everybody looking at the syllabus?
Yes, along.
Yes, we have it. Yes.
Oh, great. So from page 2 to page 4, they've actually outlined what the thinking skills are. And that's what actually goes into where we have those learning objectives, where we have knowledge and recall and analyze and apply and interpret. That's where these skills should be found. Now, if you notice on page from pages 5 onwards, it says content, right? See that?
Yes.
Right. It's a kind of tailored specification. You notice what they've done? They've given you the objective, describe what they want, how you're supposed to teach it, and how to assess it. There is just, it almost is what you call the idiot's guide to teaching the subject, because they actually set it out for you. Right? If you notice, so for example, students should be able to explain meaning conveyed both in listening and in reading through word choice and grammar, and in reading through punctuation and paragraphing. And they tell you what word choice, formal, informal, figurative, they give you all the content that you're supposed to teach and how you're supposed to teach it. You know, how we miss that is unfortunate, right? But the idea is that what you're actually testing is a set of skills that the students are supposed to develop over time against the content. So if you notice in my template, what you're literally doing now in between, in the cells there, the intersection between, I forget the concept, right? Right. intersection. Zoom it in a little bit better for me. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. The intersection between knowledge and recall and topic A. Right there, you then put how many items, how many questions are going to be on your paper. But before you even start there, you have to decide whether your paper has 100 items, 85, 25, or 15. So let's say it has about 20, right? Can you pull this up, please, so that I can write it on the board. We're still zooming in on that same thing. Yeah, to share the screen. Huh? I need a document. I need a table. Yes. Oh. Can zoom it. All right. So what are we doing now? We're sharing the screen? Yeah, but you have to look at the window. Oh. Can try. All right, let us just use these two, take out the, we call this total. Are you guys able to see this any at all?
The table, miss?
We could see the
Yes,
table.
in the table.
Right. So what I've done, I have at the top in terms of thinking skills, the knowledge and recall, the analyze and the apply, and then I have total, right? And since we're trying to come up with a test plan, just to give you a pretty good idea of what, let us say that this is term 1, unit 1. Kind of have to set it out like that so you establish what the purpose of the test is. Have a certain social studies. So if it's social studies that we're working with, we want to identify, for example, what topics, what is the overall topic, and so I'm using a particular syllabus. And my overall theme is the physical environment, its impact. We can't write so good, right? And of course, it would have various subtopics.
Miss, hello?
Yes. Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, I'm a bit lost. I think I got lost a bit.
Right,
we
see
were
if you
looking,
can find you.
okay. You were looking at the English syllabus, right? Before, prior to this?
Yes.
Okay, so I thought we were going to use the English syllabus to apply that to it. You know, instead of going on to another topic, so we could actually follow and understand clearly.
Oh, you want to use the English one? That's fine, you can use that.
At least I could follow the objectives that are there and, you know, lay
All
back on
right.
the work.
No problem.
Tangible. Okay, thanks.
Okay, if we look at the English syllabus, right? In terms of content, we have grammar and mechanics. You guys have found it? Have found this thing? You see, I thought most people hadn't found it, so I just figured I'd use my own example.
Found it, Miss.
Has everyone found the syllabus?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
we do. We have.
Okay, great. Fantastic. That makes it easier. All right, so let's find a topic that we can all relate to. Informative discourse, can that work?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes. What page you on now?
So I'm on page 9. I'm on page 9. Everybody's there?
Yes, I'm there on phone.
Yes, we are.
We're here.
So this is like to be say, so it's English A, grade 10. Where are my English teachers? Would this be grade 10? It's end of term test. And it is the topic, informative discourse. That's on page 9. Got that?
Could you put the screen on what you're writing on the board?
Huh?
You could see, could you share the screen to the one that's on the board?
It's supposed to be shared. I'm not sure what.
I'm seeing the one that is on your slide.
Miss, remember you have to stop sharing the slide.
Yes.
So you can share the one on the board.
Oh, but this, hold on, I'm confused. Come fix it for me, sweetheart, because I don't know what they're asking. They should be seeing that as well. They should be seeing that. That's what I thought. I thought they were seeing that.
What we're seeing is a still image.
You need to swap the screen.
That's right. You got it now.
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Tell me, what are you seeing now?
Yes, we're seeing it now on the board.
You see it on the board?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Right? All right, so we're on page 9 of the syllabus. You have it before you? You guys have it, right?
Yes, miss.
And understanding informative discourse. Remember what understanding is. They specified at the top already, right? Remember that? So they've given us the specific, all the objectives that we need to measure. So the first one is recognize facts stated explicitly. See that?
Yes, yes.
Yes. The second one is extract specific information from what is read or heard. And 3, extract implied information. So that's reading between the lines. And then they have 4, identify stated or implied time sequence, draw valid conclusion and inferences from information presented, recognize cause and effect relationships, identify main and subordinate ideas and trace their development, recognize the difference between denotative and connotative language, and identify passages in which the main purpose is informative rather than literary or persuasive. So there are a number of things operating here, right? And since we say this is grade 10, I am going to assume that at grade 10, you're probably teaching the first 4 things in informative discourse. Do I have any English teacher out there who can bear me out? Janice. Janice? Is she laughing so? Any of my English teachers can bear me out on that fact? Or not so fact? Is it likely that at grade 10?
Hi, Miss.
Yes, go ahead, please.
In grade 10, we will be doing the highest level from that syllabus.
So at grade 10, you'd be doing which ones of the 9?
The bottom ones.
You serious? Then what are you doing in grade 11?
Same thing.
You're doing the same thing?
Maybe she's talking about Bloom's taxonomy and not the syllabus itself.
Oh, she's looking at Janice?
It's Bernice.
Bernice!
Yes.
Right, explain to me. You're saying at grade 10, what would you be teaching from this syllabus?
Okay, because you were looking at 1, 2, and 3, right?
Yes.
So
would you be?
So number 1 and 2 would be the early levels. They'll be able to recognize facts stated explicitly. You know, who was the one on the boat before it sank? These are stating facts, you know, from a passage. So that's why I'm saying grade 10, it will be a little, obviously this would be the basic questions, but you would get more cognitively in-depth questions for the grade 10.
To the English, not Bernice, please help me. So in other words, the business of recognizing facts stated explicitly would be taught where in the school system?
I think maybe the primary school teachers can help me. We do that in Form 1. We focus on that really in Form 1, which is grade what? We don't really do the grade system here. Grade 8. Well, not in the secondary school. Yeah, grade 8. We focus on facts and differentiating between facts and opinion in grade 8. And then as they go up to the higher forms, then, you know.
Okay, hold on there now. So you see, this is where I'm trying
down to the lower level. She's not at grade 10
This is what I'm trying to get my head around, right? You have to bear with me, Bernice. This is the C-Sec syllabus, which starts at grade 10.
Okay, I got you.
So the C-Sec syllabus, which starts at grade 10, or Form 4, starts with, in terms of understanding informative discourse, starts at the bottom with recognizing facts stated explicitly. Right? And we identify that this is the bottom. This would be the knowledge and recall, right? Right, Bernice?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm saying, is this something that would start? Because the grade, for example, in the OECS curriculum would go up to grade 9, and then CSEC curriculum would kick in at grade 10. Correct?
Okay. What you said, the OC one?
OECS. Remember, they're in Dominica and St. Lucia, so they use the OECS curriculum.
What's that acronym stand for?
Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Right? And then in Jamaica, you have the National Standards Curriculum, which is going to come on stream soon. So that will go up to grade 9. But the grade 10 syllabus starts at the CSEC syllabus starts at grade 10. So you're teaching the syllabus based on what is in the syllabus.
Dr. Kerr.
Yes.
May I say something here?
Of course, man. Anytime.
I think I'm understanding something differently here. I can speak to the syllabus that I would know, but there are some components of the syllabus that though you technically start the CSEC syllabus in grade 10, fourth form, there are some components of the syllabus which are taught in first form. So basic things like I can.
That is what I wanted to get out. That is what that is what I wanted to get out. You see any problem with that?
I see. That's a question for me now.
Yes.
If I see a problem with it in terms of what, I don't see a problem in the sense that a child in secondary school will ultimately, hopefully, sit the CSEC syllabus, and it is a scaffolding effect that we build on as teachers. So if you start at greeting and numbers and stuff, you teach them in first form. When they get to fourth form, it's previous knowledge. So you're still building. So the syllabus technically kicks in. You start to do the higher order things, but the simpler things are done earlier up. You're gonna meet them in the curriculum anyway.
All right, and you know, I'm glad you went there now, because I want us to go back to page 2. Can you go back to page 2? Are we back on page 2?
Yes, we are.
All right,
Yes,
so we
ready.
said understanding is the decoding and interpreting of messages through the analysis of the language structures and the devices used in any given context, right? So then understanding is spelled out here for us. Recognize facts stated explicitly. That's understanding at the bottom level. Yes, teacher.
Dr. Kerr, maybe that's the reason why we're having poor pass in CXC, because I've heard teachers said they don't need to really teach the first part of the syllabus because the students should have learned this before, so they're just going to run through. And so by the time grade 11 kicks in, the English teachers, mostly I know of, they tend to finish the syllabus by February, January, because they don't spend a lot of time on these parts of the syllabus, the first part. And so the students, they don't come out with good grades.
Yeah. I think that's the point, really. That's really. This is what I'm saying, right? And I know a lot of teachers conceptually have difficulty with it, but bear with me a little bit. In order for a student to develop the skill of understanding as prescribed by the CXC syllabus, the question is, what should the student be able to do and know? What should they be able to do and what should they know? So remember that understanding includes recognizing facts stated explicitly, extract specific information. All of these things here are what are defined as understanding. So my question is, for a grade 7 student to be able to effectively deliver our grade 8 students on these things here, what does that student need to come with? Make sense? What they need to know? What do they need to be able to do in order to recognize facts stated explicitly? Because what we're saying is that we're not teaching this in grade 10, we're teaching this in the lower levels of the school. So it means that students now have to come with you with a certain level of skill in order to be able to do this. And I think that is where the gaps develop over time and widen as they go through the system. Because yes, we think we're scaffolded, but we're not, because we're not creating the platform for them to really develop the skills that are required for understanding. So this is not just recognizing facts stated explicitly. It's not just a function of recall. It's not just recalling information. There is a level of thinking that is involved in doing that. Let's go back to page 9, because we want to try and fit these things into our TOS.
Miss, and it goes back to where you said some teachers are putting the CXC syllabus in grade 7.
Yep.
Curriculum.
Most definitely does have it. Guys, are we there?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are there.
All right, so if the overall topic is informative discourse, right? Where's my English teacher? No language teachers?
Yeah, we here.
All right, so you're gonna help me now. I'm just gonna do 1, 2, and 3, right? I'm just gonna assume that in a perfect world, you start the syllabus, teaching the syllabus where we're supposed to start teaching it. Is that okay?
No, it's okay. Yes, it's okay.
Postponderal. Understand. Either discourse, informative. What's the first one? Formative. B. Grammar and mechanics. So that's expression. Understand. A. Grammar. All right, guys, are you with me? Yes. So here, are you with me? I'm going to put understanding. I'm going to do different things.
I'm seeing below there, but I'm not picking up where you're writing. Thank you.
Understanding. Put expression, right? It's the 2 skills. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
All right. So the 2 things that they're testing understanding and they're testing expression, right? I'm just going to work with the syllabus the way it is. So for example, understanding A, the topic is grammar and mechanics. Right? I think both for expression and understanding. Page, if you look at page 6 at the top, you'll see understanding A, grammar and mechanics. And then if you go down a little bit, you see expression A, grammar and mechanics. So concept of grammar and mechanics is also tested at the level of understanding and at the level of expression. Follow me? And then, if we look further down at understanding B, is informative discourse. That is also tested at the level of understanding and at the level of expression, right?
Yes.
And then we have understanding C, literary discourse. Again, both at the level of understanding and expression. So let us assume that we want a test with 50 items. So here I have total number of items. And I want, this is my total column here as well. I want a total of 50 items. Making sense?
Yes.
So so far, all right? So what I want to do is to decide first how many items on my test will come from the section on grammar and mechanics that is tested on the understanding. How many items on my test that cover grammar and mechanics that's tested on the expression will come on my test. I can do the overall and then I fill it in, right? So if we look back on the syllabus, it might give us some idea of where the emphasis is. And I think they do in terms of recommended time allotted. So let us look at it. Go to page Page 4. See that? Well, they don't spell it out here. They're not spelling it out here. The time, the emphasis. All right, let us say that we have about 60% of the time is spent on grammar and mechanics, 20% on informative discourse, and 20% of the time is spent on literary discourse. Does that seem reasonable, English teachers? They can't see it, you know, they're not seeing this side. They're not seeing what I just wrote.
So it's left to the teacher to come up with the percentage
No,
as to what sections?
no. The curriculum's supposed to tell you. A good curriculum syllabus is supposed to tell you. I hope you can see it from here. 60% of the time here, 20% here, 20% here. So that's 100%. Okay? The idea is that 60% of your items then should come from grammar and mechanics. You with me, guys?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, yes.
If you spend 60% of your instructional time on grammar and mechanics, then 60% of your items it must be reflected in the test paper. So 60% of 50 is what?
30.
Okay, let me get a calculator.
30.
30?
Yes.
You're supposed to have 30 items that are covered under grammar and mechanics, and therefore 10 items from informative discourse and 10 items. So that's how we get with 50 items. Everybody with me?
Yes.
Yes, we're with you.
So, what we need to figure out now is how many of the 30 items should be reflected in understanding and how many of the 30 items should be reflected in expression. But to do that, we have to figure out where the emphasis is on the exam. Is it understanding or is it expression? When I look at this, it looks like 50-50, right? Hello?
Yes, miss.
It looks like 50-50. So we could have 25 items reflecting understanding and 25 items reflecting expression. So the matrix looking a little bit better, right? It means, therefore, we need to split the items that we have here. So what we have is 25 items that tell us whether or not students can recognize and state facts explicitly. Understanding, explain meaning conveyed both in listening and in reading and blah, 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 everything that you have there. What you have to do now is decide how many grammar and mechanics items will be reflected under the skill of understanding. So we have to work out now how we make this happen, right? So one of the first things we do, so let's say we take the 30 items and or 25 understanding items. What we want is to be able to figure out, so you need to have, it's about 15, you know.
Half of 30.
Five, so there you go.
And 5.
Yes, yes.
Huh? Items. These are the number of items, right? Does it make any sense?
Yes, miss.
Yes, yes.
It does? You think there's actually a little science involved in it, right? If you take 0.6 times 25, what do you get?
15.
Oh, 0.6.
60%. And if you take 0.2, which is 20% times 25, what do you get?
5.
5. So that's how we come up with it, really. That's the easiest way to do it. So what you have now is that you will have 15 items that cover the area, the topic of grammar and mechanics at the level of understanding, and 15 items from the topic of grammar and mechanics that are at the level of expression. So your TOS look like this. You could actually leave it like that if you just want to figure out how many items, but we're not going to leave it like that because we're really trying to create the details of what goes into the test. Any questions? That they can't see.
Yeah, you have to go to the board and stand at the side maybe and they can pick you up.
Any questions?
Not at the moment.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes, yes.
Huh?
Yes, it does.
Move my head, put it back, put it back, put it back. Zoom it back in for me. Yes. I have to write it here, so speak slowly.
Okay. What happens? What happens if the syllabus does not outline the percentage of time or something to that effect that should be assigned to a section? Because all the syllabuses don't look like that English syllabus, you know.
Oh, this English syllabus has not given us any time, actually. Because it hasn't recommended, what it has done basically is done a very generic thing and say, 6 sessions of English A and 4 sessions of English B. But in terms of the specific areas here, it has not outlined it. What I've done is just look at it and estimate where would be the bulk of the content. The bulk of the content seemed to be with the grammar and mechanics. So I've literally, and even when you teach, you know, how much time have I spent on teaching grammar and mechanics compared to informative discourse and literary discourse? Okay? How much time have I spent? Have I spent more time, half of my time teaching grammar and mechanics? So you know that half of the items have to come from there. So you kind of have to use your own expert knowledge of the thing and understand what it is that you're doing, and realizing that if you're spending a lot of time working on, or you have a vast amount of the content, a substantial amount of the content comes from grammar and mechanics or come from informative discourse, once you weigh it up, you then have a pretty good idea. But a good curriculum, a good syllabus will actually give you very good, clear indication of what and where to focus on. You understand me? In terms of significance. That's why I say I don't like curriculum writers, because some of them will write it and some of them don't. They leave it up to the teacher. And sometimes when you have a high stakes test like CXC, teachers sometimes, especially if you have a novice teacher, miss the boat on the thing and sort of mislead the students.
Excuse me, Doc?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you do another run through using a science syllabus? Because I'm totally detached right now. I'm not that I'm not, it's just, the English thing that's not working for me.
All right, let us try and find a CSEC. CSEC, do they have an integrated science syllabus?
Yes, miss.
Yes, they do. Thanks very much.
Not a problem, man. That's what I'm here for. To please the people. I'm not a politician, you know, so I'll always deliver. Yes. All right, so I have the 2011 CSEC integrated science syllabus. You got that?
Can you repeat, please, Doc?
I have the CSEC Integrated Science 2011 syllabus. Found So let them find it and then look for it, folks.
Found it.
Found it.
Found it.
Got it.
I knew the time was when the recording, just sitting in the AC.
Three levels. Two levels, time level. Okay. Two levels. No, the teacher. No, they don't. Oh, just each student's average scores. Okay. All right, guys, sorry about that. I had to move quickly. That's what happens when you drink bottles and bottles of water, right?
Good for you. Good stuff.
All right, so CSEC integrated science syllabus. And if you look at this, see, they don't have no standard format, you know. It's easy at all.
They revise the syllabus and change it.
Eh?
They change the syllabus.
They change it?
Yeah.
All right, so there are 3 sections. Definition of the pro. So look at what they look. Oh, see now. Very good. 3 skill levels. 3 performance levels on page 3. Come with me. 3 performance levels on page 3. You find it, Bernard? What the thing on me? What should I? You have to help me with the name. On you? Yes. Yes. Okay. If you look at page 3, guys, the 3 performance levels are explicitly stated. Knowledge and comprehension, use of knowledge, practical skills. And then they go on to define it for you. You see that?
Yes, yes.
Yes, all right. So they break it down, notice the Bloom's taxonomy at work. At knowledge and comprehension, they identify that. But at use of knowledge, notice what they've done. They have application, analysis and interpretation, synthesis, evaluation, and practical skills are outlined. Observation, recording, reporting, drawing, manipulation, measurement, planning, designing, analysis, and interpretation. See that?
Yeah.
So in truth and in fact, and they have actually given you the allocation of marks for profile on page 5. So you kind of know now. If you look at this, somebody had asked this question earlier. This is one of the tables we use to figure out where the emphasis is. Are you with me on page 5, table 1? Yeah?
Yes.
Knowledge and comprehension,
Yes, we are.
47 items out of 100. Or 47%, sorry, of the marks. Use of knowledge, 29. Practical skills, 24. So where's the emphasis?
Knowledge and comprehension.
Knowledge and comprehension. That's where the emphasis is. So that's where we have to build in a lot of the skills, right? So let us look at the content now. Where's my science teacher?
Here.
Hello?
Here.
You're here?
Here. Yes, we're here.
Okay, great. Right? So unit 1 is the cell. Unit 2, food and nutrition. And that's not very big. Respiration and air pollution. So if we wanted to organize a test now, can you put it back over here for me? What grade are we pitching this at? Grade 10 as well?
Yes, miss.
All right.
Start up to grade 11. Into grade 9.
Science teacher, you have to help me now.
And it starts right there.
Okay.
Where's my science teacher?
We're here. We're listening.
So we know not supposed to listen now. They have to help me. Knowledge and comprehension. Right? And then what's the other one? Use of knowledge.
Use of knowledge. Practical skills.
And then the last one is practical skills.
Thank you.
Total.
I think we have a total column. Right? So for example, let's take cell, B cell, food and nutrition. What's the third one that?
Respiration.
Respiration. Can I put that there, science teacher? Your science
For one.
Respiration, air pollution.
End of so. Okay. Put respiration.
Yes, okay.
All right. End of. So since we're doing grade 10, end of term test, since there's so much things, and we have our 3 topics. So we then have to decide how this works, right? Can we do 50 items, teacher?
Yes. Okay. It sounds good.
All right. Something very interesting happening. Some interesting mathematics have to happen now, because knowledge and comprehension is 47% in terms of the overall emphasis. So we want 47% of the 50 items to be on the test. Can somebody do that for me, please? 0.47 times 50?
Round off to 24. 24.
All right. And then the use of knowledge was what? Percentage? 29? So 0.29 times 50?
14.5.
So call that 14 items. And then it's what? 24% of 50?
12.
12? Do we have 50?
I think the 14 should be 50. Rounded off to 50.
Yes.
14 should be 15?
Yeah.
How comes?
No, you're going to be 15.
It was right. It was right.
Right. It was correct.
It was correct before.
It was correct, of course.
Yes, it
448
was
and 210. All right. Now, when I look at this thing, cell looks like it's a big chunk of the thing because they haven't specified the significant, what you call it, the weighting for the topics. But when you look at cell, it's a big topic, right, teacher?
Yes, it is.
It's a big topic.
Yes.
So is it likely to be, say, of the three, should it be weighted probably about 50%, 60%?
Well, 40 to 50.
All right, if it's 50%, so it's 50% of these items, so this would be 25. Right? So we have food and nutrition look like a little bit, small chunk.
Not really in a mess because it involves photosynthesis.
Confidence, eh?
Not really because it involves photosynthesis and a little bit of digestion.
So what percentage would you make that? Science teacher? Food and nutrition, what's the percentage for respiration and food and nutrition?
Actually, food and nutrition probably would be the biggest percentage.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
The small.
Tell me now. They can't see this one, I'm not seeing it on it. They're not seeing the total column. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Very good.
I would say food and nutrition and then respiration, then the cell.
So make food and nutrition 50%?
Yes.
Or make it 40?
40 sounds good.
40? Alright, what about the cell? What percentage? So 40% of 50. What about the cell?
20.
Make that 20%?
Mm-hmm.
So respiration is 30%.
Yeah.
40. 40.
Food and nutrition.
40, 40, and 20. Huh?
20.
All right.
Food and nutrition is 20.
20 items?
Yes.
And?
How much did you give?
20
The
and
cell,
10.
she said 20%.
So it's 10.
It's 10.
10 and
20.
So this is clearly 20. Right? So we kind of have an idea of what the number of test items with the distribution of test items, right? So can we work it out now? We said that this was what?
20.
No, this is 40%. This is 40%
and 20.
And this is 20%. Can we now figure out the items for each of those cells?
So we're supposed to times by the 24.
Yeah, 20% of 24.
It's about 5.
Of 24. Okay. 9.610.
Three, six, six.
3,
6, 6.
6, 6. No, 2, 6, 6.
2, 6.
2, 6, 6, 2, 6.
Sometimes you have to round up, round down because of this one. That's 2.
5 and 5.
5. So it's not adding up. I have 8 here because I'm missing 2. Supposed to have 10. It's supposed to be 3.
We are the math teachers.
And this was actually supposed to be 5. Right? So in truth and in fact, this is 9.6 enough. So we can actually make it, if we do 9 and 9, 18, 18 and 5 is what? 23. 23.
23.
10 and 9. In order to get the 24, 10 and 9. We had rounded something here which is impacting on these figures. And this is what now?
In the middle.
It's 24. It was 23.5.
It was 23.5. So if we actually see that?
When it comes to 23, so we get 995.
6. 6 and 6. This is what?
Once you start rounding, you're going to have that problem.
Yes, because you haven't rounded. 5. So we can make 1 5 and 1 6. Just modify it and so that it works. Okay. Practical skills. So what I have here now? 12. This is correct? Yes. This gives me 20. 9 and 5 and 6, 11 and 1, 9, 20. Okay, so I got it, right? Where's my science teacher?
Here.
You good?
Yeah.
Yes. Understanding better though.
All right. So now that we get that right, we have all the items that we need in place. You know what items we're going to put in place. So we know that under food and nutrition, we have 10 items that will be tested at the level of knowledge and comprehension. The thing that we don't know at this point in time is what the items look like. Right? So we're going to take it a little bit further, and we have to talk about types of items. So if you have 10 items, you can say 6 multiple choice, 4 short answer questions. You follow me?
Yes.
Yes, miss.
You have 5 items on the cell. 2 of them are going to be MCQ, 1 true and false, and 1 short answer.
That's 4.
That's 4? All right. 2 TNA. Start to look a little bit different now.
Yes, miss.
Inspiration. So you have 5 MCQ, 2 short answer question. What's that? 2 true and false. So you start to map it out, What's happening?
Dr. Kerr,
Yes.
all of these questions are at the same level and at the same rating?
Can't hear you.
All of the questions are pitched at the same level and with the same rating?
Can be pitched at the same level. The 5 questions on this, there are 10 questions on the cell. Of the 10 questions on the cell, 5 of them cover knowledge and comprehension, 3 cover use of knowledge, and 2 practical skills. Those are the levels. The 2 MCQs on the cell will come from the cell at the level of knowledge and comprehension. So you know MCQ is only 1 mark a piece. We're getting even more detailed. You need another color. You have another color, sweetie? So we know if we break it out now, the 2 MCQs are 1 mark each. So that's 2 marks. 2 true and false, 2 marks each. 1 short answer question might be 4 marks. So from these 5 items, you're going to get 2, 4, and 4, 8 marks. Make sense? Because the levels, when you talk about levels, remember you're talking about cognitive levels. The knowledge and comprehension is much lower than the use of knowledge. And let's specify that in the curriculum. You saw that. So you could have very well from these 8 items, you have 8 marks. Making any better sense?
What's that?
Where are you? Hey, where are you?
Here.
Here.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the marks will depend on the level of complexity.
No, did not say that. The level of complexity is determined by the cognitive demand of the item. The cognitive demand is specified by what CXC mean by knowledge and comprehension and use of knowledge and practical skills. That's the level of complexity, right?
Right.
What I'm saying is that where we have this thing, this block here that says the cell is going to be tested at 3 different levels. The question we're going to ask of our students regarding the cell, 3 levels. To what extent can students know and understand what cells do and what they're for? That's the first level. So that's the 5 items. That's the 5 items. The next question is, to what extent can students use information about the cell to analyze, synthesize, and come up with other solutions? That's 3 items. And 2, to what extent can students draw, design, manipulate a cell? Observe it, report it, record it, a cell. 2 items are on the paper in relation to that. Can they draw a cell? Follow me? And label it correctly. Those are the 3 levels that CXC is asking for. So the 5, in your 5 items, you will put, remember you're going to have a set of multiple choice. The multiple choice part of your paper will come from all of these areas. The cell, the food and nutrition, the respiratory system, the knowledge and comprehension, use of knowledge, whatever. So you'll have 2 multiple choice from here, 6 from here, and 5 from here. So in terms of multiple choice items, MCQ, you already have 2 plus 6 plus 5. That's 11 and 2 is 13. You have 13 items on the multiple choice paper that covers knowledge and comprehension. The students who cannot get that right, 13 multiple choice items right, which is, we know that knowledge and comprehension is the bottom floor of the syllabus in terms of being able to remember knowledge. If they can't get these 13 items right, what it tells you is that they're either not properly prepared for the test, or they simply can't do it. They're not ready. Because these are the basic recall and comprehension items. It means that they're not ready for it. And that is why I said test items must tell you something about the students.
Miss, but sometimes people say multiple choice is the hardest.
Hard to write, but if a student can't, because it's how you write it, that's what we're going to look at after this. It's very important you understand that what you have to tap into is the knowledge of the cell, knowledge of food and nutrition, knowledge of the respiratory system at the level of the student being able. So what is a cell? Remember the DOK? What is a cell? What are the parts of a cell? What do cells do? Those are your knowledge and comprehension items. Hello? Everybody gone? Huh?
Very good.
Present.
Yeah. Not seen them. You with me?
Yes, we are.
So, excuse me,
All
Doc.
right.
Doc. Hello?
Yes.
So if you're doing your standard tests, like you end a term or end a year and you do up something like that. So how, if you're doing the test and I'm trying to do it like that, right? And I work and I said, okay, I want 50 questions, 10 multiple choice, and it has to be in this and this area, short answer, essay. So that is how I need to organize the questions then, how to arrange them. But
pretty much.
Really?
Yep, really.
That's not possible for every single test?
It is very possible.
Plus lesson planning? Plus to write lesson plan all the time?
Because once you do the plan, and once you have a template for the plan, you don't need to be doing it all the time.
Well,
you think about it.
Oh, that's true.
On top of it, for end of term tests, you know, 2 lazy again, you don't think about that. For end of term tests, this is something that all the teachers at a particular grade level are working on. It's a management tool as well. So it helps you to...
I think it should be department working together to do this.
No, this is what teachers are supposed to do as a matter of course, as their professional obligation to their salary on the 25th of the month.
You don't get salary on the 25th of the month.
Anyway, anytime you get it. It's part of the professional obligation.
Miss, if I have this as a template, is it only a template for the cell, food and nutrition and respiration? Could I use it as I continue when I start other topics? The same template.
That's the whole point.
So every time I'm setting a end of term test, I could use...
There's a simpler way to do it, and I'm just giving you the detailed approach to it. But the point is, what you need is, when you look at these 13 items, item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. The question is, you know what those 13 items are measuring. Because when you look at the TOS, it tells you that the item is measuring this content against this skill. This content against this skill. And if you look at it, and you have 25, 30, 40, 60 students in a class, and you realize that of these 13 items that's measuring this content at this level of skill, them 15 students can't answer the question, can't get them right, what does it tell you about the students?
They're not learning.
They're not studying.
They don't learn nothing. They don't get it. them you want to never get it. And if them not get them at 13, you then not get the next 13. If they have not acquired this knowledge.
Because at the end of the day, it would help us to see who's learning and what area we need, as teachers, need to maximize and improve on and help. So
yes.
it would help us, but it's really a lot of work.
But it's supposed to be a lot of work. That's why I get paid.
Excuse me.
Yes. Yes. Why the camera off? It's on their side. Oh. Oh, so you're Stony. Good.
Dr. Kern,
yes.
Dr. Kern, I need to ask a question, please.
Yes, ask the question.
Is it possible that there is another way to do this? And when you finish with these very wordy syllabuses, if that is the plural syllabus, could you look at the ones of mother languages, please? Because our syllabus does not look like this.
All right, this is your homework. You are going to take your syllabus and attempt to deconstruct in that way. You see, the thing is that the whole aim of this, is at the end of the day to help us to identify properly what are we measuring. And based on what we're measuring, what do we now know about the students' abilities? By breaking it out like this, literally deconstructing a test, you can tell which part of the test students have faltered on. You can tell which part of which topic, which set of skills they're not acquiring. Yes, you have a speak up in here.
All right, Miss, you gave us a list of questions or the outline under the. I don't remember the slide, but you gave us how to ask certain questions, especially on the knowledge and comprehension.
Right, right.
However, sometimes I see some multiple choice questions at the grade 7 level or grade 8 level that involves a lot of thinking, like
I've seen it on a GSAT paper.
A whole lot of thinking. So is it wrong?
It is wrong. It is invalid because it means that what you're not doing is tapping into the instructional level of the students. So, for example, I think it's last.
So if you're saying that if my 13 items on the multiple choice section is structured that way, and the students are all wrong.
But that's it. It's supposed to be structured properly in the first place. If not, so that's when you evaluate usually there's a process after this where we evaluate the test items themselves to look at whether they're ambiguous, they're vague, they are miskeyed, they're misleading to the students. Because a lot of times what we try to do in order to make the paper challenging, we write the items in such a way that it's tricky. That is why item writing itself is a particular skill. So the idea is once you finish this, you're now going to write those items. But you have to write the items so the items are not vague, students are not guessing, the items aren't miskeyed. So that is the next stage to this, where we then look at how do I write a multiple choice appropriately? How do I write a proper stem, give it proper distractors and make sure they're really distracting rather than distracting those who don't know, and it has a proper key, that kind of a thing. So it's important. Item writing is a fundamental part of test construction.
Miss.
Yes.
Dr. Kerr.
Yes.
Hello?
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Apart from the structure and, for example, the one that we were discussing a minute ago about the knowledge and comprehension and use of knowledge and apart from those, let's look at the multiplier. For example, are you saying that those 13 items must be grouped together, or they can be at any number? But you are
If you end up with, say, 25 multiple choice items or 30 multiple choice, they can be placed anywhere within the 30. It doesn't matter where they're placed. What you know is that item 1 is measuring this particular set of content and that skill, and item 2 is doing that. They don't have to be grouped together or anything like that, especially on a multiple choice. But what you have to know is what each item is measuring, what domain of the curriculum it is measuring, what skill and what content domain. So that when you look at it, if it's an appropriately written item, if it's properly written, you know that this student not being able to appropriately respond correctly to the item has not gotten something. So you then begin to figure out, this is how we begin to measure ability, you know, and difficulty based on students' response to the item. So if we know that this is supposed to be an easy item, every student's supposed to get it, and yet 5 of my 30 students didn't get it, what does it say about those 5 students? What does it say about their ability?
Dr. Kerr, I have a comment on that. That's you on it.
Yes.
Okay, for my final exam, I noticed that one of my students who's always working hard did not pass the exam. So I found it strange actually in the past. I said that the only reason she probably did not pass is because she did not study. When I asked her, she told me she did not have time to study for her exam. Okay, what if you set an exam, you know, you follow that procedure, you do your exam in that way, and your students, some of your students did not pass simply because they did not do their part. Students have to do their part as well. So how do we determine, like, you know, how do we determine students' weaknesses when some of them just do not study? And sometimes these tests that we set supposed to determine the strengths and weaknesses of the students.
One of the things about a good test, because remember that's what we're talking about, what constitutes a good test, is that once we have students' responses, especially a multiple choice test, very easy to do. This is very easy to do. I know you guys don't like a lot of work, but it's actually very easy to do. We actually evaluate for every multiple choice that is done on a national level. We actually often evaluate students' responses. So we can tell if students are guessing. We can use from the total set of responses. We can tell if the students are guessing. We can tell if the item was ambiguous. And we can tell if the item was miskeyed. You know, sometimes you write a multiple choice item, the key or the answer is really A, but we mark it as B. So all the students who put in A would get it wrong, right? So we can tell. So usually that is what helps us to determine the quality of the item. If the quality of the item is good, as in, the quality of the item is usually good if your strongest students get it right, if your strong students get it right. The students who fall, who would get other areas correct, tend to also get it right, then we know it's a good item. It's a bad item if the students who are weak are getting it right. It's a bad item. And it's a bad item if students are guessing, and we can usually tell if they're guessing. So the item analysis is very important. It's a very important part of evaluating whether or not students have been able to respond to the items. The other thing is, 2 very important indicators of whether or not the items are good or bad is the difficulty index and the discrimination index. Now, especially with multiple choice. Multiple choice is a special type of animal, and that's why we like it. Because a multiple choice is like a knife, a sharp knife. It's supposed to discriminate between students who know and students who don't know. It is supposed to discriminate. So it's supposed to tell us who master this content and this skill and who has not. Now, your discrimination index have to fall within a certain level. And then you have your difficulty index. Now, your difficulty index falls somewhere between 0.25 and 0.7. Let me explain. You're kind of bringing me far out from where I want to go, but I'm going to explain it anyway. The difficulty of an item is related to the ability level of the student. A difficult item is one where the index is about 0.25 and below, meaning that only about 25% of the students in a given class is likely to get it right. The easier the item, the closer the index is to 1. So an item that has an index, that has a measure of 0.8 is a very easy item because 80% of the students will get it right. 0.9, 0.858, the majority of the students in the class are getting it right. Once the majority of the students are getting it right, it's an easy item. Once you find that 30%, 25%, only 27% of the students get it right, it's a very hard item. 15% of the students get it right. The ones who get it right, you can deem them, especially 15%, 12% get it right, are exceptional students because it's a very difficult item. So sometimes the quality of the item then, or the quality of students' response, depends on how difficult the item is. Now, the difficulty of the item is one thing, but the discrimination is another thing. Your item must discriminate, meaning it must tell you the difference between the two sets of students, those who know and those who don't know. A discrimination index must always be positive, meaning that it is the people who, for example, get 80%, 70% of the paper, you would expect to get the item right. Those who usually do well. If you find that those who usually do well get the item correct, then we talk about positive discrimination. It's a good item. So we usually optimize the discrimination of the item with a difficulty level of between 0.5 and 0.7. So like this year's GSAT items, the discrimination is about 0.56. Sorry, the difficulty level of the average item on the paper is about 0.56. At that point, the discrimination is optimized because it means now the results that you get back should tell you which set of students really get it and which set of students didn't get it. So the two things have to work in tandem. So one, you have to make sure that each item is valid. To be validly written, it must not induce guessing, it must not be ambiguous, the language must be simple, which is where we're going to now go to in terms of how do we write good items, items that are valid. Right? Does that answer your question any at all?
Thank you for your thorough explanation.
All right. So this is what the TOS literally looks like. This is a very, usually I start out by giving you a very detailed one to give you an idea of what you put in it. But honestly, so you can put in the number of items, the type of items, the weighting, the marks that you're going to get from each. You can have all of that in there. Or you can simply have a matrix that just have how many items you're going to have for each topic or each skill level. And here's a challenge to you. Here's a challenge to you tonight. Here's a challenge. Take any one of your old test papers, any one of them, and you can do this TOS backwards. Take the test paper, take the first 10 items. I'm not giving you too much homework. I'm going to ask Dr. Rainford to follow up, Take the first 10 items on the paper and identify what content and what skill. And just put it in a rubric like that. And look at your paper. And it's when you begin to do that, I have done that with teachers. And when they realize the bulk of their items are at the level of recall. when only 60% supposed to be as recall. They have 98%. And so they realize the test is out of whack. So that test, the inference that you can draw from a test that is so out of whack, doesn't really tell you much about what you need to know about the students. So if you take any one of your test papers and just identify what skill, what content, you're going to get a pretty good idea of what each item is measuring. Then it gives you different eyes with which to view the students' results. Because the students who do well only at recall, clearly not functioning at the higher level of cognitive skills, then you can look at the students who are doing pretty well with the higher order thinking skills and begin to differentiate between them. So you can actually do it back ways. And this is what we use to plan for a new test. And here's what I'm going to encourage your teachers to do. You have to start building item banks, you know. You have to start, especially multiple choice items, start building banks of items so you're not rewriting items all the time. If you write a set of items for this, why would it be a throwaway? At the end of the test, you can judge, you can do the item analysis, know how the item is likely to perform, and use it next 2 years down the road without having to rewrite the item. That's what the ministry does, and the CXC, and they have item banks. That's why you can't get their multiple choice papers, because it's part of an item bank. And they know how each item is likely to perform on the test. They know the difficulty level, they know the discrimination level. So they can tell before, hello folks, when we set an exam at the national level, we've already determined what percentage will pass and what percentage will fail. Because we know how the items will perform. We know what the indices are for each item. We know if we put all items on the paper, where the difficulty index is 30%, 70% of the people them fail already before they write the test. So that is why we go to the middle, 0.56, 0.6, in order, you follow me? You optimize.
That's why you had a plunge in GSAT scores that year.
If the difficulty index move up, the scores will plunge. You follow me? That we can determine it from the day go.
So if that was the case, Miss, or if that is the case, why is it that last year a lot of students did bad on the chemistry CXC exam?
Items are difficult. Much more difficult than they
expected. From before that majority of the students would fail and they still set the test that way.
Because it don't matter. The idea is, the whole idea of setting a test, you know, is to identify the ability levels of the students. Now, if they literally, if you move from a 0.60 to a 0.65, the test just became a little bit harder. Sorry, a little bit easier. A little bit easier. Follow? If you move from a 0.60 to a 0.56, it just became a little bit harder. As marginal as that sounds. So from 1 year to the next, usually, and I'm going into other measurement stuff, what big companies do like Pearson is that they equate the test forms. The test forms are parallel. GSAT is not a parallel form. It's not equivalent. So from year to year, the test is not the same. The items are not the same. So a student who get 90% or 100% this year, if that student redid the test in 2017, might, and the difficulty level just shift a little bit, might just get 65. Follow me? Based on the indices. So what happened? You see the point I'm making? You guys are with me?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we're with you.
Yeah.
So
When the tests are equated and they're equivalent, from year to year, the results going to look similar. The only thing you remember, when you're talking about testing, when you're talking about testing, there's always a source of error. Every test has error. No matter what, every test. Can you bring me back over here to the thing your board, please? Can I take this off?
Hello, Miss, I have a question.
Let me finish this thought before I completely forget it. Every test has error. Students' observed score is equal to their true score plus error. The error, the source of the error is the student, the test itself. And you can even talk about test conditions, etc. So every test has error. So if the students enter and they're fatigued, they're tired, or as they say, ill-prepared, the error is going to influence the actual score that they get. If the test is improperly prepared, the test items are weak, it's also going to influence the students' actual scores. Yes, question?
To some extent, I'm thinking that when you speak to the ministry having all those optimum levels and discrimination.
There is wind. You're having a feedback, so I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Oh, I'm saying that when you're what I'm gathering is that the ministry already has some predetermined number of students that they would want to pass and
No, they're not a predetermined level. What they have is a predetermined level of difficulty of the test,
which will affect the number that are likely to pass.
Which will impact invariably weaker students. If the test comes out harder, weaker students are likely to get lower scores.
So that in no way affects the fairness of the test.
Have nothing to do with fairness. It has nothing. No, it really. If you think about it, it has not. Remember, I said the tests have error. In students bring error, the tests bring error.
Oh, okay,
so,
okay.
If you think about it, if students are, if in a perfect world, if all students are well prepared, then everybody should get 100%, no matter how difficult the item is. All students have the same level of cognition. All students are well prepared. The teachers did an excellent job. Students know everything they're supposed to know. 100% passed, regardless of how difficult. Because you have variability in student preparation, student ability. That is why remember what I said ministry go for? The middle of the difficulty, 50%, 0.56, 0.55. So it's not overly difficult and not overly easy. So the student who can respond to an item that is set at that level is a student who is adequately prepared with average or adequate ability. The students who cannot make that mark are likely to be students who are weaker. And that's how it comes out in the wash in terms of placement, Because I tell you something that I have learned over the past 3 years in particular, doing the psychoeducational assessment in schools. The psychoeducational assessment results actually validates the grade 4 literacy test and the GSAT, especially the grade 4 literacy. When the ministry send us students and they say, oh, they're having challenges, they don't know what, and the student failed the grade 4 literacy, if the student failed the grade 4 literacy, we can guarantee you so they have a reading problem. I can guarantee it. The psychoeducational test is going to come back with this child as a slow learner or somebody who have challenges with vocabulary or similarities or word recognition or something. I can tell you. So the test you know, we always quarrel about the test, and I'm one of the biggest critiques of these tests. But I'm telling you that the data is showing me that in truth and in fact, that grade 4 literacy test is doing a pretty good job in weeding out the students who aren't reading. Because the ones who fail and we test them, then definitely not read. Some of them can't even write their name. Then, you know, students who come and you say, okay, so you are Jerome Biles. I said, no, miss, my name Jerome, my name Cash Money. You never know my name. Because of Cash Money, they call him for the road or in the yard or something like that. You follow, you see my point? They don't even know their name. So how you spell Biles? Biles, miss? Biles. Biles. You don't have a clue. So the test actually is doing a pretty good job weeding out. So the students who the ministry sent to us, we almost can guarantee you that 70% or more of them can read. We don't say something escape, you know. Like, you know, some reason or not. But the majority of them just can't read.
So it's at grade 4 for the students who cannot read. What do the ministry have in place on them?
Well, they have all kind of intervention to help them. All kind of intervention. I don't know a teacher. The point is though that to go back to the question, the fact is that part of what we try to do with the test is to make it so that it's as valid as possible. And that's why we want to look at how we write test items, right? Right? When you're writing a test item, how do you write it so that it taps into the thing that you want to measure? How do we do it so that we're not missing the mark? All right? So, let me just change the slide. Any other questions? Hello? No. Any other questions? This PowerPoint will go up on your thing. This Dr. Rainford will upload it. All right? Hello?
Okay, yes, that's moving nice. Yes.
I like feedback. I'm like a little child and I need feedback.
Yes, we're giving you feedback. We're right there.
All right, thank you, Tony. Where is my technician? Are you wait there? All right. So, like come here, all right, which one now? Writing test item.
The more difficult. So if the index is 0.25, I can expect that.
A new screen, right? You have a new screen?
Yes, we can see a screen.
Yes, we can.
guys, so we're going to look at how we actually write test items. Because I've been talking about that all day. You know, if the test item wrong, test item invalid, if the test item is not sufficiently reliable, does not include the principle of fairness, then the whole test will be bad. You know, one item can make the test bad. So we have two types of tests, basically. We have this one. In the objective test form, we have what we call the supply response, and we have the select response. The objective, the multiple choice is usually objective test form. That's the most popular one. And although multiple choice items are difficult to write, they're what you call, when I used to go to school, we used to have a little thing in a bag named serve me lamb. They're the kind of items that you can have from one season to the next, because once you have written the item and evaluated whether or not the item is performing well or not, then you can have that item to use over and over again. Of course, there comes a point when the item becomes overexposed, and you have to get rid of it.
Rather than change the syllabus.
Rather than if an item is overexposed, you usually have to get rid of it. So we have the supply response. The supply response just means where the students provide you with a response. The item is still structured, right? But it allows the students to provide a simple or a short response. The select response now are the ones where you give the students a set of responses and they have to choose the correct one. So that would be your true and false, your matching, and your multiple choice. See the difference? Difference is clear, guys?
Yes, yes.
It is clear.
Yes. Feedback, man, feedback.
Yes.
So, let's start with the select response and how we're going to go about writing them. What are they and how we take them on. So the select response, which would be a multiple choice item, for example, very popular. The students identify the response that they think is the correct one. Especially the multiple choice, you know. You can use a multiple choice to test recall, to test comprehension, to test application, to test analysis, to test DOK level 1, 2, and 3. The multiple choice is that flexible, and that's why we like it. You can use a multiple choice to do that. Because you have from a very simple information in the multiple choice to more complex information, right? So,
I know how to design the multiple choice exams though.
I'm coming, man, I'm coming to it. So we'll get there. Look like my slides are a little bit mixed up, but bear with me. As age take you, you know, so these things happen. 6 principles for writing those select response items. 6 principles. The first one is, and stay with me on this one, keep the reading difficulty and the vocabulary of the test items as simple as possible. Believe that? Keep it simple. Leave out the technical vocabulary unless it is used in the course. So if it is chemistry or biology or technical drawing or whatever, what it means is that if you're using technical vocabulary, you would have had to teach the students technical vocabulary. You follow? Right? So unless it is part of the course, don't use it. So for example, look at this one. Look at this item. This is an item for grade 8 students. The promiscuous use of sprays, oils, and antiseptics in the nose during acute colds is a pernicious practice because it may be have a deleterious effect on the sinuses, the red blood cells, white blood cells, and the olfactory nerve.
Whoa. Excuse me, doctor. Is you sure is grade 8 and not first year UE? Because most of these words.
I don't know if first year UE could do it, love.
Yeah, that looks like grade. That looks like grade 10.
Grade 10.
No.
What is wrong with the item? What is wrong with this?
Very complex.
The wording is too complex.
The vocabulary is too hard.
Vocabulary is too off.
So let us look back at it now. So rewrite.
Much better.
So that's the rewrite. Which of the following may result from the frequent use of sprays and oils and antiseptic in the nose during a bad cold? That's what that big sentence means, you know. Hello?
Yes, that's the sentence.
How many of you have written items like the first example?
Not me, that would take too much brain work.
I cannot handle that.
Means exactly the same thing. Means exactly the same thing. But the vocabulary and the language has changed. And who says what's the olfactory nerve? Mucous membranes in the nerves.
I get the definition now.
See it?
I Google it.
Oh, there you go. All right,
to have a sense of smell.
Be sure that each item has a single or best answer on which experts agree. You know, one of the biggest problems with writing select response, or especially MCQ, is that you have 4 or 5 options, and you may have 2 of them that look like the real answer. And that is a problem that undermines the validity of the item. So take out this one now. So you notice I have avoid statements of controversy. That don't belong in a multiple choice item. First example, true or false, alcoholism is a disease. Who said that? And why it said that? Because actually, some experts, psychiatrists, psychologists, neurologists, whatever, would say it is a disease. But others would say it's not a disease because it doesn't have a pathology. Follow? So what do experts agree on? To rewrite it, you would have to say, according to John Black, alcoholism is a disease. So TRF can be the answer with this poor response, with the poor item. You follow me? It can be either true or it can be either false, depending on who say. What changes the thing is when you say, John Black, 1956, says alcoholism is a disease. Hello?
Yes, yes.
Principle number 3. Teachers love to do these things. Each item should deal.
Then girlfriend. Eh? With me. Means I don't stand and go.
Turn off your microphone.
Shanice.
Turn off your mic.
Hello? Hello?
Somebody out there, turn off your mic.
Turn off your mic.
Send them a note. Send a note to the chat.
Use your mic.
The person from there. All right.
It's Romain.
Romain, you hear too much here. TMI.
Karina as well.
Karine, TMI. TMI. So don't give students trivia. Always focus on the content, not something that we think that they should know. But what is the content? And that's why the table of specification is important. Avoid things that don't make any difference to students' competence. It don't matter if they know or not. So the manufacture of prescription drugs is in a highly scientific industry. Really? How does that make a difference to what students are supposed to know about science? No difference. Plus it's kind of like mute, really. So avoid the trivia.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
There are sometimes we say that there are certain things that students should know. For example, when we are setting our French exams, some teachers will say that the basic cultural aspect of France, students should know it. So every year, do we have to put it? Is that a trivia question? Like, for example, the presidents, like they know that, but then every year the teachers want to always put that in the exam. Is that a trivia question? What competence does that have to do with what they know about, the contents? Is that a trivia question?
So that's what I'm asking you. Is this in the curriculum that is supposed to be teaching?
Oh, yeah, well, yes, that is part of it, but they should know that.
Is it something that they're supposed to know to be able to deliver on the content and the skills that are required for the curriculum?
Okay. Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I'm listening. Is it a part of it?
Usually it's a part of it, but then like what I'm saying is like the students should already have that covered from first form. So do we always have to ask the question in second form, in third form, in fourth form, that kind of a thing? That we always want to repeat it? No, okay.
No, why would you ask it so much times? I mean,
exactly.
seriously.
I've always had issues with it, but there are some teachers that always want to put it. It's like they don't have other questions to ask, and we always get problems for that. So I just wanted to say,
No. You need to be able to identify what is germane to what students need to know and can do.
Yeah, thank you very much for the clarification.
No problem. Each item must be independent. You ever notice you get a multiple choice test yet? Happens every year at UW and every semester and for the last 40 years. And the answer to question 1, multiple choice, is in question 32. Ever notice it yet? Happens all the time.
Yes.
That is not independence. But the items must be independent. There shouldn't be any clues. There should not be any clues from one item to another item. Yes?
That
I hear you.
happens often in our exams. I see that all the time.
All the time. Bad item writing.
And for example, not only the multiple choice, for example, this year, what I noticed, in the French exam, the person who wrote the exam put a comprehension passage about myself, right? And below the exam, they wrote, like, that was one section of the exam, and the next section, they wrote that the student should write a letter to a friend about themselves, describing themselves. Is that a good way to put an exam? Because
that one missed the boat.
Excuse me?
That one missed the boat, because if I was a student now, I'm doing those 2 questions.
Exactly. So most of the students, what they do, they just recopy what is on top for their description. You know?
Exactly. And you can't penalize them for it, you know. Because the error is yours.
Yes, yes, yes.
The error is in the test. Can't penalize them for this.
So this should not happen again, right? Should not be repeated.
You have to write a report and let CXC know so that they don't make that mistake again.
Exactly. It needs to be pointed out. And so whoever reviewed the final test,
I did.
I pointed do a very good job.
Yeah, I pointed it out. Because I only noticed it when I was correcting my exams. So.
Number 5, avoid using trick questions.
Michelle, turn off your mic.
Yes, ma'am. Go right through. Yeah. Avoid the use of trick. This always misleads students. I said, Chaman, we put one curveball question in it and trick the students. That is so unethical, guys. Write the question the way it's supposed to be written. Write the question the way it's supposed to be written. And avoid the trick questions.
Yes, but Dr. Kerr, even at university level, that is still an issue.
Oh, yes. It's an issue everywhere. Trick
Because
question.
the exam, most of the questions are trick questions. You wonder if they designed the exam for you to fail.
Well,
excuse me, sir. Doc,
yes.
There was a situation where I saw a test that it wasn't worded, like what you did, the sinus one, but how the test was constructed for an 8th grade class. And, I was left to wonder, how is it that the exam even got okay? Because when you look, one question was asking to discuss 5 points, like 5 challenges that whatever is faced. And that one question was 40 marks for an 8th grade class. And there were 8 questions. All of them were 10 marks, 15 marks, 25 marks. And the last question was 40 marks. And I keep looking at it and saying, but I am a novice, and I would set a question like that, not even to my 5th formers.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. It's really very bad. In fact, I must tell you that I saw that GSAT math paper, and some of them are grade 7 questions and grade 8. That math paper, just the visual of the item alone told me. Just looking at it, you know it's an 8th grade item, not grade 6 item.
Our GSAT exam this year too was also very difficult. One of the science questions was in the CSEC science exam. A student told me that it was extremely difficult for our students, and I don't know why. They said the CXC was piloting it in our country. I don't know. It was extremely difficult.
And then, 6th principle. The problem should be clear and unambiguous. Right, look at this. Which of the following substances is most essential to human life? A, protein, B, water, C, vitamins, D, minerals. Which of the following substances is most essential to human life? What's the answer?
All
of them.
All of them.
Because
Because protein, vitamins, and minerals are food, and the other one are B, water.
It's the most essential.
And then they said,
Water. Water, most essential.
Really?
And doctors.
Carbohydrates and fats.
I guess if you were.
How long can you live on water alone?
Water
And
would be
the most essential
so-called appropriate answer because you can live without the protein, the vitamins, and mineral up to a couple of days, but you can't live past 3 days without water.
How many days you were going to live up to?
Water is essential. Pardon?
Did it tell you how many days you were going to live up to?
No.
But
right.
the
What did it say?
Human
life.
The sentence said the following substances.
Which is most essential to human life.
It says,
which is
and it's
most
not only
essential to
one.
human for living for 5 days, 10 days. But human life is in perpetuity.
Is the operative word there?
Human life?
And say.
How long can you survive on water alone? How long can human life survive on water alone?
Several weeks.
Really?
The person is over with.
Well, you know what I'm too old again.
No, I don't know. It's true. It's true. Because they have the fact that they can burn off once they're getting water, so they can.
What's happening to their stomach in the meantime?
It shrinks.
You know what? A teachers like you write bias items. Because you know, bias against the persons who are what is vertical? Vertically challenged.
Horizontal, miss.
Horizontal. So let us look at our multiple choice now. How we're gonna write them. We're going to make sure that they're valid. Flexible. Must be flexible. I remember I said that it's paper and pencil, but we have a lot of multiple choice now that is computer adaptive. Your multiple choice item can test recall, comprehension, analysis, interpretation, or synthesis. And that's why it's so flexible. Because you can use it to test any of these cognitive skills. So your MCQ, right, must have a stem, which presents the problem. It must have a set of options or alternatives, and that has 2 parts. The correct answer or the key, and the distractors. So if you have 5 alternatives, 5 options, one of them must be the key, and there can only be 1 correct answer. Only one of the 5 or one of the 4 must be the correct answer. The others are distractors, and they must operate like distractors. So the 2 little students them down there say who never do no work, the distractors must distract them. The ones who did a lot of work, they must get the answer right. Right? So the MCQ looks something like this. What is the main factor responsible for absenteeism in Grenadian schools? That part there is my STEM. That's where I state the problem. What's the problem? The problem is absenteeism in Grenadian schools. What explains it? I have 4 alternatives or 4 options. A, the new compulsory education policy. B, parents are too poor to send children to school. C, school is too far away from home. And D, some children don't like school. You notice you have 4 options, but only one is indicated as the key or the correct answer. The other 3 are literally doing distracting work. So there is a structure. Make sense?
Yes. Yes, yes, it does.
So here are some suggestions. You're going to make sure that the STEM clearly tells you what the problem is. There shouldn't be any 2 ways about what the problem is. You want to make sure that STEM, as much as possible, much of the item is in that. Right? So the STEM has to be very clear, has to be very concise. Okay? There can only be one correct answer. How many times have I picked up a paper, looked at an item, and the multiple choice item have 2 answers? Poor students. Sometimes all 3 answers delay. Very bad item that. Wrong answers should be plausible for them to operate as a distractor though. Because the students who are guessing must, oh, that one I sound like it, you know. Alright, let's try this. You dig? Avoid the use of negatives, especially with young children. Did you know that children don't understand negatively worded items? The brain can conceive a double negative. And this business of using novel material in formulating problems to test understanding. Novel means different, new. This is what students ask me all the time when we write multiple choice items. Every year I have to write about 40 multiple choice items. I actually, take the course outline and the textbooks and sit down and mine the data in the textbooks and write the items. So it always comes from what I teach. So if you ever pick up my paper and see something that I didn't teach you, I didn't write the item or something went wrong. So I use the material that students are familiar with. And then I decide whether the item is going to be at recall, at application, or at analysis. And use the content to write the item. So it will always be what you are familiar with. Not that novel, actually. None of these or none of the above. Use it only when the answer is clearly classified as correct. We like to use this a lot. All of the above, none of the above. I tend to avoid them because unless it is really all of the above, don't use it. Or none of the above. And the unintentional clues to the answer can be in the STEM, You can write the item so badly that the answer for the item is actually in the problem. It's actually in the STEM.
Miss, what about the answer to a problem being part of another question in the multiple choices that you have?
Say that again, please.
What about the answer to the question being part of another question or the stem of another question in the set of multiple choice questions that you have.
So that's what I meant. It's one of the principles of writing the items, to make sure that the items are independent. Because if they're not independent, that's what's happening. They're codependent. So question 2 is the answer to question 5. So what I'm saying? So you have to make sure that that is not happening. That when you look at the whole set that you have, you don't have a situation where one is answering the other.
Oh, okay.
You can have some variations in the MCQ. But let me go back and look at the true and false. The true and false is another objective item. Now, usually it's generally easy to write, you know. Don't have any problem with the true and false. Problem is that it can cover a large area of content. And it usually have to deal with very factual data. So you find true and false in history. You find true or false with information that we call categorical. It's either yes or no. Can't be no in between. So usually true and false almost always is used to assess at the level of recall. When you write a true and false item, it's a recall item. Jamaica obtained independence in 1971. True or false? Things like that. You see, whereas with a true and false, you have a 50-50 chance of guessing and getting the item right. 50% chance of guessing. Because it's either true or false. With a multiple choice, and you have 4 options, what's the chance of guessing and getting it right? 20%. 25%. If it's 5 options, the chance of getting it right, 20%. So you really need, in order to find out students' knowledge, you would really need a large number of items. If you're just using true and false. So we tend to just use true and false, a little recall questions. So if it's recall that you're going to do, use a TNF. You want something more from students, use a multiple choice. Right? Here are some things that we need to avoid though. We call them specific determinants or qualifying statements. So things like words such as all, never, no, always, and other all-inclusive terms which represent broad generalizations, avoid them. All, never, no, always, and all others. Because you know what? You're all and my all. You're never and my never. You're always and my always. Not the same. Or things like sometimes, usually, under certain conditions. Can either be true or false, can go either way. So you tend to say, don't use those in any of these items. Tend to mislead students, and once you're not distracting students, you're misleading them, there's a problem. So things like frequently, greatly, to a considerable degree, they tend to be ambiguous. Because frequently, if I say to you, who's here? If I say to Melissa, how frequently do you take the bus to work? And I say, ask the same question of Tony. It is? It's relative. My frequently and your frequently are two different frequently. Frequently is not something that is measurable. Right? And we say avoid the use of double negatives, especially with young children. Them not get it. They can't understand it. And you want to be able to have just a single idea in a set of true and false, rather than having all different sorts of things all over the place. You want to centralize it on, you know, a particular idea. Where am I? Okay, guys, then you have your matching items, right? Matching items. Matching items are another set of items that deal with a lot of factual information. Again, some courses use it. I tell you the truth, I've never used a matching item in a test yet. Just for believing in it. You can only test recall, memory, remembering. So I tend not to do it. And I have a young lady said, primary school team that. You think you can use the matching items in the secondary school?
Depend on the topic.
Huh?
Depend on the topic.
Depend on the topic.
Yes,
And the grade level.
We got at this level.
No, sir.
I never get confused.
Must be recalled.
We use it.
That means not testing nothing.
Yes, we did a test the other day and it had a matching question.
Matching?
Matching questions, 3.
3 matching questions?
Yes.
Oh, mercy.
I never saw that on a U exam. Never.
What is this world coming to? Matching item. We don't mind the true or false so much, but matching. No, sir. Anyway, I don't know if this website is still open up. University of Wisconsin. It might be done, because sometimes they go, is a website that help you to construct matching items. I so hate matching items, seriously. I will send it to go do it yourself. What I want to go to do is, all right, let me just go through it. I really want to get to the essay because that's what gives people will have a problem. Developing the matching items. You always have to have enough factual information that is descriptive. Matching item information is descriptive. There is no two ways about it. There is no analysis in it. There is no interpretation. It's all descriptive. So that's what they were testing, sister. Descriptive. Your knowledge of descriptive information. Right? So how are you going to do it? One thing I can tell you is that it must be homogeneous. When you're doing matching, let us say you're doing heroes. All the heroes of the Caribbean. Right? It can't be that you're throwing Bob Marley in it. Bob Marley is not a hero. Well, not for the most part. You follow the point? Or you can't throw in, because you have some prime ministers who are heroes, you then throw in P.J. Patterson or Portia Simpson Miller. Or give me a prime minister from the rest of the region. Tony, give me a prime minister now. A scratchy head.
Rosie Douglas.
Right. Is Rosie Douglas a national hero? Is Rose a national hero?
Dominica, I don't think so.
Right. So we might have some heroes that are prime ministers, but not all prime ministers are heroes. And since it's heroes we're dealing with, the list of matching items can only have heroes. You follow?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. The chance of guessing, seriously, is really a process of elimination. And that's why I don't like matching, because I don't know what it's testing. Because if you can think and through a process of elimination, work out what goes where, it's like the chance of guessing is increased greatly. All right. So I know you want to go, and you might want to go and eat a dinner and all that kind of thing. Somebody say yes. But I want to look at writing essay items before we go, right? I think it's important. Because people just write an essay, and they say, discuss the pros and the cons of being a national hero. And they don't know if the item is proper. What is the item measuring? They don't know. What is it going to tell you about the student? They don't know. They just know say it sounds nice. And this is how students feel exams, especially when essay come into play. I like how the student write. Sound good. What big words? The student get 80 and 90. And then guess what happened? The student who battle it out don't have the same kind of poetic and creative skill, end up failing. So I want to look at essay items. I'm going to give you 5 minutes break. 5 minutes to stand up, stretch, drink a glass of water. Use the loo, but don't flush it while the microphone is on. Couple minutes, please.
What was the assignment for you? 1A. 1A? The activity review? What was one? 1A. 1A. Oh. 1A. We finish it late and then we look over that or maybe I will try to look on the finally. Password and it's online. But I already moved the link to upload it. Some yes. Yes, I will find out the thing.
I feel my voice going.
I already moved the link. Upload it.
You're a part of this group too?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I was online this morning.
Eh?
I was online.
Yesterday.
True. Brenda, you reached it. So where were you?
Let me get on.
Oh. You leave my browser and reach area? No, man, it's browser. Yeah? You were online this morning. And you reach here from Browstone in Center?
Like 45 minutes.
Yes.
Yes.
Incredible. Something else. That's something else. Isn't that something? That's the picture over there.
much? Only 10.
Well done. Tiring.
Good, miss.
Huh?
You're really good.
It's really tiring. Try not to be we're gonna find it.
You know, I have a question for you, though, miss.
Yeah.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. See, the matrix that you had on the board, you had 3 areas. Use of knowledge.
Right. 3 levels.
So I was wondering if a multiple choice question couldn't come out of the use of knowledge.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so answer my question now then. So even down to the last one there,
Practical
with the
skills.
practical skills, you could have a multiple choice. Right then, good. I
But you
understand.
could ask them, you know, you could give them a, because the practical skills is really a performance assessment. So you can give them a drawing.
Right.
Ask them to observe it.
Right. Come on. All right.
It was just one thing, because I want to have to
Dr. Kerr,
Yes.
Is a test considered valid when it does not contain any short answer but only multiple choice, true and false, and fill in the blanks or matching, but no short
valid?
Yes.
Yes. It doesn't matter what form it has, you know, the validity of the test has to do with the content analysis.
Okay. So a test that does not, it can only, okay, short answer is not necessary. Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm saying is, as long as the items, irrespective of whether they're NCQ, short answer, essay, are on the test, that doesn't affect the validity. What would affect the validity is if the items do not correctly or appropriately tap into the content and the skills that you're trying to measure.
Okay.
So you can use any combination of them. Or in fact, let me give you an example. See the medical school over here?
Yeah.
You see the first year medical student, they must be the best students in the world. Them do all 150 multiple choice items. That's the entire exam.
How long?
Whatever time they give, but the whole exam is multiple choice. There's nothing else. People say it's not valid. Is that valid? Yes, it's valid. Because multiple choice can test from recall to interpretation.
Okay.
What I would question though, kind of see where you're going. I would question, if I have a paper, I would question the multiple choice so much. But I would question a paper that is mostly matching and true and false.
Okay.
So I'm saying, I have a bias going on. You have to understand that I'm speaking from the point of bias. I have a bias against a matching item and the true and false. So if I see a paper come before me and it's all TNF and matching, I'm going to be like, I think so. Because I know those items can only test at the level of recall. And if I want to be able to make inferences about students' higher order thinking skills, this cannot do it. Follow me? Because at the end of the day, the results of the test do not stand by themselves. What makes it valid is the inferences that we make from the test.
I follow.
Camera gone again.
It's not gone, it's just that they turn off their camera.
Oh, they don't want me to them. You follow me?
Yes.
I do, because sometimes, okay, for example, some teachers would only give their students tests that are true and false, fill in the blanks, and multiple choice, but then they don't have short answer questions. And then when the children reach in your class, they don't have that kind of experience with short answer questions. They can hardly express themselves, that kind of thing. So that's why I asked that question. How is it considered, valid?
Yeah. 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 I like a little combination. Some MCQ, some short answer. I have refrained from giving the big essays these days. They want a 25% or not 20% essays anymore. I give you 15. So it's in between a short answer and an essay. I don't think people have time in an exam under the pressure to write legal essays. When I came to UA back in the last century, as a student, we went to a 3-hour exam. We wrote 4 essays after a year of teaching and learning, and that's what determined my grade. Seriously. That's it. That's not on, is it?
No.
It's
so that's questionable as well.
About CXC.
But CXC, give multiple choice, give SBA, give essay, then mix it up. Which is the way to do it. They get to see the student at in different contexts.
But there's still something superficial about multiple choice, because you said this morning you have there's an instrument to prove whether or not the student is guessing, but some persons are just good at guessing. So, but the short answer now would really show them up. So,
yes.
I really appreciate multiple choice that much, because you never know what's going on here. There's some students through class, you know, how they operate, we are having assessed them. So, you know, but there are others who just shock you when it comes to multiple choice. And you know that they weren't working throughout the year. All of a sudden, they're getting 35 out of 50, 40 out of 50, unless something went on in the examination.
Yeah, some people are pretty good at guessing. Pretty good. Yep. Pretty good. All right, so we'll look at the essay item, right? And the essay item is definitely one of those items where students supply their own response. Okay. The big thing about the essay item is that this is, I always tell teachers, you see the communication task on the GSAT, prepare your students well. Because it's the only authentic part of the exam. It's the part of the exam where the student actually turns up. You want me to explain? It is the part of the exam where you see through how the student is thinking. No other part of that exam, none of those papers tell you about how the student is thinking. But the communication task, where the students have to sit down and give you a response to an item. You get to see insight into the cognitive processes. Can they organize information? Can they integrate it? Do they know how to solve a problem? Right? So for example, conserving water at home. What are the challenges associated with conserving water at home? So you know, if a child is rural, drawn a rural context, a child is in an urban area, you begin to see through what cognitive skills they're applying to providing information. Not with a multiple choice or a TNF. And it's the point that Tony was making. Students can guess all they want on an MCQ. But when it comes to that where they have to write now, they have to turn up. Because MCQ you can memorize, you know. How we do it here, we teach students the items. If any GSAT grade 4, 5, 6 teacher tell me otherwise, I'm going to laugh after them. Because I have sat and seen teachers teach students the items. They're not teaching no content, they teach students the item. They read the STEM, they memorize the options, and they give them the right answer. That's it. Nothing else no go on. Essay item is a different animal though. These guys who are Polish guys, can't pronounce their name, and I'm not gonna try, right? Not gonna try. They say a well-structured essay item will clearly indicate the cognitive skills or process that should be employed to formulate the answer, clarify ambiguous details, and set appropriate page or time limits. A constructed essay makes it easier for you to evaluate accurately the student's response. So an essay actually have different parts that you have to look for, things you have to look for.
I ask a question.
Very important. Yes, ask it, man.
What are your thoughts on an essay, short essay, where we give the students during the term to write, and we bring it back on the exam? We tell them this same essay is coming back on there. So what happens?
You know what I'm going to say, Tony? Tony, man, you know what I'm going to say. You know, so that's not assessment. Where you assess? Oh, they can remember. What they can remember, right? Oh, that word. Eh? No, that is so unethical.
Recall.
That's recall. You're not testing the cognitive skill, lesson, man. It's crazy.
Sometimes you,
some bad things, you know.
yeah, you can be just more or less looking to see if, sometimes the students don't take it seriously because, I mean, if you basically, like you would give an outline of the examination, this is what is coming, okay? And you would even tell some of them that, such and such is on the examination. And sometimes it's the same sort of similar exercises that they may have, or maybe the same thing, and they're still coming on the examination and failing. Something is going on there. I don't understand.
They don't remember it. Don't remember it, Tony. Oh my God. But you know what? It's kind of laziness on the part of our professional educators, Because what you're supposed to be assessing is what you taught. So what are you telling me then? That what you're teaching is the essay item? That's what you're teaching. Teaching the essay item. Or you're teaching a particular question, but you're not teaching content and skills.
Grammar would come out in the essay, the various components,
I'm going to look at that a little bit. Let me just, what's your, this thing? Hello? Yes, stop it. I don't know what's going on. Oh, all right. Got it. All right. Let us look at this example. What methods have been used in schools to prevent violence? That's the essay item. So I'm asking you, what learning outcomes are being tested here? Because that's the thing, The essay items must reflect what you expect, what learning outcomes you expect students to demonstrate. What are the learning outcomes that are being tested? Anybody? When you say to a student, what methods have been used in schools to prevent violence? What will students have to be able to do to answer this? They have to. What information will they need to know?
The methods.
Knowledge of the methods.
Mm-hmm.
Knowledge of the methods, yes. But anything else?
What is violence? Violence. They have to know what is violence.
They have to know what is violence. Anything else? Let's see what I'm expecting. The student will need to only, somebody was saying, recall information about the method. The item is at the knowledge level. It would be much easier to score as a multiple choice. It's as simple as that. Just as the person was saying, knowledge, recall. That's what it is, recall. It's nothing else more than that. So let us reconsider it. Explain how the implementation of the Safe Schools program in schools has led to changes in incidents of violence over the past 5 years. What is being tested?
Knowledge and application, knowledge and analysis, some type of analysis.
Some kind of analysis.
And knowledge.
Let me see what is expected. So the students have to recall something about the Safe Schools program. Then the students will need to relate these to any changes that may have occurred in the number of incidents of violence over the 5-year period. Students will need to analyze, infer, organize, and apply. Now that's a different ballgame, completely. So these are the things you're marking for. You're marking for analysis, use of inference, organization, and application. In the previous one, teachers end up marking for all of these things, but the student is only recalling.
Okay, but then you may want to perhaps use those because of the different levels in the classroom. Some students might not be able to answer, the second essay form, while others may probably be able to operate at the recall. So I think there may be some validity still on both at that other end.
You realize that in this one, you have to start with the recall. Students have to recall something about the program, about the methods used. Then they have to apply that information and make the connection between what has happened and the reduction in violent incidents. So there's another step. So they recall, and those who can recall, just go on with their recall. But those then who want to then say, but they tried this, and in relation to that, they can make the connection between that and the number of violent incidents. Next week. All right. So we have two types of essay questions. We have the extended response form, and we have the restricted response. Extended response we don't put in an exam. They don't come in exams. It's too much for us because it requires research. Usually very complex.
Something else, I didn't get it. Can you repeat the second one, please?
Two types of essay items, the extended response and the restricted response. An extended response essay requires students to be, it's very involved, they require research, they need to be able to put ideas together, to deconstruct ideas, to select appropriate viewpoints, to evaluate those viewpoints, to weigh them up. So it tends to be something that you give as a performance assessment, as homework over a period of time. You wouldn't find it on an exam. The one that we're interested in is a restricted response item. Very, very specific. It's a very specific problem. It has limitations in terms of, so it will ask you for identify 4 disadvantages and 4 advantages of so and so, and discuss each, blah, blah, blah. But it's going to take the student more than 45 minutes to write it. And so it is the most appropriate one for a testing situation. Anything that requires the student to go and find information is not, it would be an extended form. So let's look at an example. The first one. Identify the Caribbean's contribution to world culture over the past 2 decades. And then it says, limit your answer to 1 page. Is that possible? No. Huh?
No. No.
Not at all.
No.
Look at this second one. The Ministry of Education is proposing the school day be short to 3 hours per day instead of 5 hours per day. Wouldn't that be great? So the restricted form, the restricted form says, list the advantages and the disadvantages to students, or list the advantages and disadvantages to school. Very specific. Very, very specific. Right? You're going to use a restricted item when there are limited areas to be tested, and when there are issues related to test security. When there are only a few areas, you want to use a shortened form of the essay in order to help you to identify cognitive errors, because the multiple choice can be used over broader ranges of content. Soon come back to that. I want to point out something to you, right? There are three components of an essay item. I find that a lot of us have problems with identifying how to score an essay item, whether restricted or extended. Three components for the higher order essay: the organization, the content, and the process. Why is this important? Very often we mark the essay in terms of the introduction, the body, and the conclusion. And what we do is disadvantage the students because we're not reading the essay right. The organization is actually what is encapsulated in the introduction, the body, and the conclusion. And you must assign marks for that. Whether or not there is fluency of the ideas across the paper. Whether you have an introduction, you have a set of main ideas, and then the person bring it together. So you're marking for organization separate from content. The content is the specific information that must be presented in the essay that relates to the problem that you're trying to solve. And then you have something called process. The essay should reflect whether the student has used the following skills. Whether have they applied the information, to what extent have they judiciously analyzed and presented the information. Is this a coherent evaluation of the thing? Have they examined the pros and the cons, considered different arguments and different sides of it? Have they said, John Black, 1938 says, X, Y, and Z. However, this was rebuffed by Johnny Blue in 1954. In the 21st century, we no longer use these ideas. Can you see students using evidence like that? That's the process. So in truth and in fact, a good essay must have three components. It must have organization, it must have content, and it must have process. And your rubric must express that. Your rubric must express that. So if you look at this rubric here, this is an English language rubric. I'll get this off, see there. Persuasive writing. Notice very carefully. Organization separate from persuasive techniques or writing style and sentence structure. You're marking for different things within that essay. So you're marking for content and process as well as organization.
Excuse me, Doc.
Yes.
How for a biology question would say, explain how light travels through the human eye. Where really what I want is that they say, oh, the light, what happened in this section, that section, that section. I just want the content. So how would, when you were talking about pros and cons, I mean, that wouldn't, I wouldn't even think or look for that. I'm just looking for how the light travel, what structures are effective, what the structures do, and that's just it.
But, right, so that's not really an essay. You wouldn't put that in an essay format. And in fact, if you ask a student, you know, you have some students that are more tactile than they are visual, than they are auditory, or, you know, use cognitive processes. How light travels, I am here visualizing. How does light travel through the eye? Is that something that can be drawn? The student can draw it?
Sometimes the question would ask you to make a drawing and then explain what is happening. And that is usually in the section B of the exam, which is normally where the essay writing takes place.
An essay. It's not an essay. You notice how specific it is and how narrow it is? It really doesn't require the student to do anything more than describe and explain. You see that?
So that's probably about 5 marks or 10 marks.
Yeah.
So, Miss, if we should say use of a diagram, explain, wouldn't it be essay?
It's a very short essay, a very short composition, but in terms of an essay and what the components of a good essay should include, it wouldn't. Because the student, in that case, going straight to what you ask them to do. But more of a short, my 15 marks item. I have some 15 marks item on mine that I ask students to write, respond to 3 items for 15 marks a piece in an hour, something like that. But it's not an essay. An essay requires you to show cognitive skills above being able to just comprehend. And explanation is a comprehension. So if you were going to ask them now, something else, that if light passes through the eye at a certain speed, then what would happen if X, Y, and Z would happen? That now requires them to show you process and for them to use content. So now they would have to organize their answer in such a way that they not only tell you how light passes through, but they apply the information of what happens to the eye when light passes through at a particular speed. Make a difference?
To some extent.
So it really is, your essay needs to have then 3 components there. So your question, and this is why writing the items, writing the question is so important. Because if you're just asking them to describe and explain how light passes through the eye, the level of it is quite low. But if you then say to the student, when light passes through the eye, at whatever angle, what happens to the eye? It's a different ballgame, you know. The student knows to apply that knowledge in a particular way and write that account of what happens to the eye. Make the connections. If you can have a question like that.
Dr. Carr, are you
Yes.
saying that there's no such thing as expository essay then?
Essay. What would be an expository essay?
An essay that
What
is
would make it expository? All right, so that means you have narrative essay then. If you have expository essay, you have narrative essay, right?
Not sure, but this the expository essay in the past. So I'm just wondering, based on.
So that's what I'm saying. Describe for me what an expository essay is. What would it entail?
That would entail you explaining something or explaining a process or a concept or idea or something like that. So it wouldn't be a case that you're looking at pros and cons of a situation or a scenario or anything like that. So it's more of explanatory in nature.
But if that explanation remains at description, it's not an essay really. If that explanation, however, requires you to make connections between different ideas,
Okay.
Hi, I'm not hearing.
Not hearing anything too. I'm not seeing Dr. Kerr, so I don't know what is going on. I'm not even seeing her any participants, so I don't know what happened there. Something went wrong.
We will have to do the internet. What happened on Monday? Thank you for the student for
So maybe her part won't come in until the other test at the end, which is in August.
they're 20 and who's the other person? Brown? Kimberly?
Tasha.
We are repaired.
Oh.
So log on back.
They're logging on back? They're all there?
Here. Couldn't hear yours. We couldn't see it. We couldn't hear you.
Oh, you couldn't hear me?
No, I didn't hear you.
Just went on.
I said Jamaica stay, I'm in love. Sometimes things just drop. All right. Expository essay. You know, it's very interesting you bring this up, because, and which is why I want to pursue it, because I always say to people, I like to write essay items where it starts with discuss. Because if you ask me to discuss, I don't know what to measure. Remember, the essay item is still measuring something. So I very often don't know what to measure. I have the same problem with explain sometimes. The dear teacher that asked the question. Hello?
It's Michelle.
Michelle?
Yes, Dr. Carr?
Yes. Expository essay, you're going to leave me, man?
No, I wasn't hearing you.
You're not hearing me, all right. Me talk to you, man. What I'm saying is, we have the same problem with explain, because explain can be descriptive. A descriptive thing. Or you can have explain where that explanation requires you to apply information, to make connections, and to judge the worth of an argument. Now that is a different ball game.
Yeah, I understand. I see the difference. Okay.
See the difference?
Yeah.
For me, it always is, what is the level at which this is pitched? People always say discuss is a higher order thing. And I'm trying to figure out, all right, what makes it higher order? Because you can have a discussion, if you listen to the men who are discussing cricket down the road here, and they'll discuss the cricket and they'll analyze the point standing and how they got to that point standing. Sometimes I listen to the guys who discuss it on the TV. They are so basic and descriptive. I feel that the ones who sit underneath the piazza at the bakery are the ones who should be on the TV, because they're analyzing the team. So discussion can take all these forms, and that is why I don't like it, because I don't know how to mark it. I very often don't know how to mark a discuss thing. Don't know what I'm looking for. Because discuss can mean that because you can put two words together and sound lyrical. Yeah, man, I like how this sound. Person I really have the thing turned on. And then another person who is not so articulate, have the content, and really trying with the processes. But that person, because them know as melodious as the other person, just don't make it. So where is the one that I was looking at? Yeah, no. This one. So this one kind of gives you some idea of what is it, and that is why I always use a rubric to mark an essay. Whether it's a restricted or an extended essay, I come up with a rubric to do it, to mark it, to score it. Without a rubric, all you're doing is holistic marking, and it means that you're disadvantaging some student.
Is it a policy of the university to assign rubrics for assignments? For the lecturers,
assign rubrics?
For the lecturers to use rubrics when they're giving us their assignments.
Yeah, you're supposed to use a rubric to mark the assignment.
No, the students, are they supposed to give the students rubrics as a guideline for writing?
No, not necessarily. What you give the students is the criteria on which they'll be marked. So if you say, when you write the assignment, you say that you will be marked on the following criteria: use of evidence, organization, content, mechanics and references. So you make sure that the students know that their essay must have these things in it.
And why I asked, because there were two assignments that were got previously.
You have to speak up so that Tony can hear.
Tony can't hear me?
Yes.
I remember in our previous assignment, I think the portfolio 2 and 3, one of the portfolio, 2 of the portfolios, remember we got rubrics for them instead of just guidelines. So that's why I was asking if that's a requirement for us to get rubrics instead of just general guidelines.
And it depends on the lecturer. Because
I find for me, rubrics helps me better in terms of narrowing and zooming in on my writing. I find it is more hands-on, and it pinpoints exactly what I need to focus on.
Some lecturers will give you a rubric. I will tell you what the criteria are and establish my rubric after. But I won't necessarily give you my rubric, but I use a rubric. Once it is a performance assessment, the rubric is there. Because at the end of the day, I must be able to say why this person gets a B. Very important. And why this person gets 58 and this other one gets 62. You must be able to say that. And that is why the rubric is important. So the criteria is based on the rubric. It's the same thing, literally, just that I don't tell you that.
It's just that the rubric spell it out better for you. Alright, if a student does this, that, they fall in 8 to 10 category. If they do this a little below the 8 to 10, this is where they fall, and so on, so on, so. So it better guides me. I have a better, framework within which to, write.
Totally get it, yeah, man. So I have a course where we use a lot of performance assessment, and all of it is rubric. The students get everything, the whole package. So they always know how they're going to be marked, how they're going to be scored. Rubric is important. Very, very important. Use it as an important
and
part.
Even when we go into the classrooms, you are suggesting us to use that as a part.
I'm recommending, yes, that you use a rubric to mark. Because it means that you can give students appropriate feedback. You can give them feedback, say, listen, you see the organization that works. It flow, the ideas are flowing logically, but in terms of how you use the evidence, the content, it seems this is disjointed here. So you can speak to what the particular problems are in the student's work, rather than allow the student to try and figure out, okay, what am I doing wrong now? You know what I mean? And that is why I like rubrics, because it just helps me, clarifies things better.
Yeah, I think another something else that's important as well, even with essay or short answers, is the whole thing on number of words or number of pages. Numbers of pages. You could perhaps go back to that same thing with how light travels through the eye, and you may want to say in no more than 100 words or 150 words or 2 pages. So I think that is a very important aspect as well in the whole,
Essay. That is definitely a restricted essay. Definitely. Definitely a restricted essay. And you might want to do that, because that will help you to guide the students, especially in a testing situation. It will help you to guide the students and allow them not to waste time. I mean, like I said, when I did GCA levels, you go and you write 4 essays. You write 1 essay is 1 booklet. In here at UWI, when we were writing essays back in the grandfather system, in the last century, 1 essay, when you hand it in your paper for mark, it's 4 booklets. That's right. That's why so much of we get B and C. Because when they pick that up and look for it, and that's why they switch to multiple choice now. Multiple choice have become popular. And the shorter answer questions. Because, and I know I use in my exams 30 multiple choice. Hard to write, difficult. Take me weeks to write all 2 multiple choice items. But when it comes to marking, it takes a minute. You understand? Very important. So, all right now. So we look at item business and try to write good items. It's really 5 o'clock and the system just kicked us out, you realize? So what we want to do, right? I think we may have another hour somewhere, another day. Because I was supposed to be here on Monday. So I think we have another day after I ask Dr. Rainford.
It's supposed to be 2 sessions, or it was either or?
That's why the Mondays group. There's a Mondays group and there's a Wednesdays group.
There's a Monday group.
Right.
Hello.
I have a Monday group.
Yes,
and a Wednesday
we're the
group.
Monday group who joined this group. She said to join the Wednesday group, so we're here.
Oh, so it finished then. Praise the Lord.
No, but we are
So, Dr. Clark, we gonna have you again later down in the summer?
You just too greedy now. We can't manage you, you know.
Me know, I'm just asking, you see. I need a break from this.
Yes, you
I'm
can
just
come
messing
back
with
for
you.
summer too.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, right? She's gonna get all of this material that I've used today, but to put up for you. Huh? Before the test. Before which test, love? After me not deal with no test. You think I deal with no test?
We did already
So I'm also gonna put up some objectives under different subject areas. And I want you to try writing the items. And then we're gonna put up all the items. And so we can critique the items and see how well the items have been written. I think you should have a little practice with item writing. I'm sorry we don't have enough time.
Dr. Cook.
Usually,
Hey, Dr. Cook, excuse me. Could you include physical education when you do it?
Okay.
Great.
We try.
All right.
There's some subjects that I didn't do in school, you know. Not in high school. I didn't do PE.
You didn't do
I always
PE?
stand up and watch them. No. I am not Nina, so I never with the PE.
You missed out on a lot, doctor.
We don't do art and music.
You're cracking me up.
Because pure zero me getting my music. Because we phone them. Couldn't make a living off of music, none at all. The drawing business now work for me, none at all. And then I want something in mind, they name needlework. I'll know the skirt when me a sew from grade 7, still have the rusty pin every night. Not happening.
Doctor, I do not understand your JA language.
I'm sorry for your condition. Be sure you listen to all heap of DJ music. I bet you said me where everybody started to get it. I bet you. You want to bet? I bet you let me say, I'm not ready to talk. I bet you get it.
Vibes can't help me for real.
Vibes camera action.
Vibes can't help me. Would you help me?
Oh boy. But I'm going to put up the stuff, you try and write the items, and I'm going to visit you online to see what you do with the items. It's very important to be able to write good, sturdy items. We get the item wrong, the whole test off the grade. You know? So we want to do as best as possible. So I'm going to talk to Dr. Rainford about what else needs to happen for you guys, you know, because I believe in practicing the thing, and we didn't get a chance to practice, to, you know. So I'm going to talk to her and see how we can make sure you get some practice, right?
How we can contact
you? Can you contact me? You just need a can and it's a string, man. Send me an email. All right, so this is my email address, right? Oh, you push this up, my girl. Oh, this go.
You can't share your screen. You have to unshare your screen. You can't see anything.
Can't see anything. Press stop share on the. Just press screen up. Screen up. But press stop share on the. Huh?
Stop sharing on your.
Stop sharing. Yeah. Stop share. So what can they see now?
We see you.
You see me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna write my email address on the board, right? So take this off now.
There you go, miss. I'm there.
So dmedwards.kerr@gmail.com. dmedwards.kerr@gmail.com.
Miss, can you repeat that again, Miss?
dmedwards.kerr dmedwards.kerr@gmail.com. So, listen, you see the lady in the black frock here, son? Cindy? Check it. Turn the camera. Turn the camera. See the lady in the black dress? Come on. Turn it. You see her? Can you see her, guys? She's kicking me out. She says, you gotta go. So, bye. Have a nice evening.
Bye. Have a good afternoon.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kerr. We
All right.
thoroughly enjoyed your lesson today.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Hey, my Montserrat friends.
Come back to Montserrat soon.
All right.
We have mangoes for you. You want some